So time and time again, we have shown that legalizing prostitution does tend to have a decrease in STDs and sexually transmitted diseases. For example, Rhode Island, they had a loophole that from 2003 to 2009 allowed prostitution to be legal, and during that time, for example, gonorrhea went down by 39% in all women because they have also had other studies that show reductions in STDs because of it. Um, and also, pushing it further underground will not help any violent issues that these women are facing. It only helps to make it worse. We can actually regulate these things if we actually legalized it.
And then there was also a study done in Holland where 95% of sex workers said they felt safer by having the designated prostitution zones available.
Now the pro side presents its second argument.
Okay, so prostitution helps with sex addictions in a safe and controlled way. A sexaholic is someone who is addicted to sex and craves sex all the time. They need it to be happy and content. Just like other addictions, when they don't have the amount of sex that they want, they will spaz out and do things that they will regret, such as hurting others physically, mentally, or even sexually. In 2014, there was over 500,000 sexual assault cases that were reported in Canada. 60% of sexual assault acts are not reported to the police. Without prostitution, the sexual assault rates would increase, which puts many women at risk and makes women feel unsafe. It is also reported that 55% of sex offenders are sex addicts. 10% of men and 7% of women state that they have significant levels of stress and dysfunction because of their sexual thoughts or behaviors. When an adult makes a decision of his, hers, or their free will to exchange sex for money, that is not sexual violence. Therefore, prostitution is not an act of sexual violence and should be legalized for the benefit of men and women's mental health.
Now the con side will have a control period for 1 minute and respond to the pro side. You start talking whenever.
So, as a rebuttal for your point, I want to bring up the fact that you mentioned that there's sexaholics, which is definitely true, and I'm sure that has some really strong correlations between rape cases and sexual assault. The issue being, is it right, morally, ethically, anything of the sort, to have prostitutes out there almost solely just to appease these people? They're really becoming victim for the guys. I don't think it's just going to tide back sexual assault cases. I think it only further increases it by making more vulnerable women by themselves on the street.
Yeah, and you also mentioned that this is something that would benefit everyone's mental health, and I don't know how you can say that when like more than half of the women who leave this industry are left with some sort of PTSD or mental illness. So that point that it helps mental health, I don't think that's very valid because it might help the clients, but it's definitely not helping the women involved in this industry.
sexaholics, along with other like people who are addicted to things, need to learn boundaries and need to learn how to control themselves. And by allowing them to just get what they want from these women is not teaching them to control themselves, but rather just allowing them to get what they want.
And now the con side will present their second argument.
Okay, so human trafficking is a degrading and traumatizing act that is often done to prostitutes. They're taken by pimps and other people whom they are afraid of and become a piece of their property to be sold to others for hours or even days at a time. Within the time they are being sold to others taking part, they are to perform all these sex acts and that is demanded, and if not, and they refuse, they are oftentimes beaten. The act of being a victim of human trafficking not only hurts them in the time being, but also has many long term mental effects on its victims. The countries with the highest human trafficking numbers are the countries that have made prostitution legal. When Sweden made prostitution a criminal act once again, it was shown that the numbers of both the amount of people involved as well as the amount of people said that have been moved decreased noticeably. With Bill C-36 in effect, it makes prostitution illegal. While making it illegal does decrease the numbers of human trafficking, with females making up 99% of victims, there's still around 4.6 million people, and 1 million of them being children under the age of 18, that are still victims to this crime. To legalize the act of prostitution would only make these numbers larger, and as a society, a human race, we should be working and fighting together to lower these numbers. To help the children and people who are being abused and traumatized every day. By making prostitution legal, by allowing people to think that it is okay, is not helping anyone, but rather putting more girls at risk.
And now a control period for the pro side.
Okay, so it is observed in the Netherlands where prostitution has been legalized for 20 years. Not only does sex work become safer, but it works to get rid of the black market that is in the industry, and it's shown that it's significantly easier to regulate the illegal exploitation of minors, since you did mention about the minors.
Also, we need to keep it, putting in prostitution laws that make it illegal will only help drive it underground, like we said before. And when you have it open in the light, it's easier to monitor and regulate. Also, people who conduct those studies even admit that tracking human trafficking is actually very hard and not accurate. We may just be seeing more cases because it's all out in the open right now. Others have shown a decrease in human trafficking, and it also depends on the model. First of all, you mentioned Sweden. Sweden has been proven to have a very flawed model. So if we actually introduce laws with a different model, we can reap the benefits of it.
And now the pro side's final argument.
Okay, so for our third and final argument, I will be talking about my body, my choice. This is a statement that you have probably heard before in the argument for the legalization of abortion, the right to make decisions about one's body, and whatever is right for them in whatever situation. There are numerous parallels between the initiatives to decriminalize sex labor and the right to legal abortion. What it comes down to is nobody should be criminalized for making decisions about their own body. The criminalization of sex work was made to protect sex workers, however, it does not. It forces sex work underground and into the black market where dangerous and manipulative people thrive, leaving sex workers to fend for themselves. The law was made with the idea that certain women do not have physical autonomy. This means whoever is making and voting on these laws believes that sex workers, which is again mostly women, do not know what their own body can handle, and therefore the decision is taken away from them. A government should not be dictating consenting adults who and on what terms they can have sexual relations with. Feminism is fundamentally about empowering women's choices over their bodies. If feminism supports women's reproductive choices and their freedom to have sex or not with whoever they want, a monetary exchange should have no bearing in this decision. Criminalizing sex employment has a way of punishing women for gender inequality in society. However, almost every form of labor under capitalism reflects and is affected by social inequality. There are no movements to outlaw the cleaning industry, which maintains hierarchies of class, race, and gender. Sex work can be associated with many things, including human trafficking and child sexual exploitation. These issues are very substantial and need to be fixed, however, that's not what sex work is. When someone who potentially does not fit society's standards or does not want to fit society's standards or is unable to feed their family or does not have the education for a regular job and they turn to work with informal labor and bad pay like farm labor and domestic work, nobody gives it a second look. However, when it is sex work, everyone has an opinion, even the people who will not participate in the sex exchange. We as a society accept jobs where people use their heads and hands for their work, so why is it wrong when people use other body parts?
And now the con side will confer and rebuttal.
Okay, so the first one I want to bring up is that you claimed that prostitution empowers women. Which, I mean, if you want to see it like that, sure. You also compared it to farms. What I want to ask you is, what are the rape rates on a farm compared to down in the streets for prostitutes? I feel like there are far better ways to be empowered that don't involve you being sexually harassed, oogled, potentially being impregnated or infected with an STD. I mean, that doesn't feel. There's so many ways for a woman to feel more empowered than being raped in the streets. I don't know. I think it's pretty ludicrous to claim that that is like the paragon of empowerment for women.
And now the con side will present their final argument.
All right. So for our third and final argument, I'd like to bring up expanding the industry. So legalizing prostitution does not take away the industry of sex workers, but it expands it. By legalizing prostitution, allows the pimps to become businessmen, and offers the idea to society that buying a woman's body is okay to do. It also encourages people who normally wouldn't partake in said activities to join in, considering there are no legal consequences if they're caught. a study done in Denmark showed that 85% of prostitutes were in the field of work were in it for the money. They did not want to be a prostitute because they had bills to pay or because they wanted to feel empowered. When you belong to pimp, it's almost impossible to quit unless you're willing to take a beating. With such a high number of workers only doing it for the money, it's clear that's not a desired job. Many girls are young girls having sex with old men. One prostitute from Denmark remembers her first call. She was 28 and was meeting with a 63-year-old. She described the man as rich, old, and white. By legalizing prostitution, it is encouraging more men to take advantage of girls that they would otherwise not be able to. As well as legalizing prostitution puts young girls at risk. Most of the clients want young females rather than old. You know what? It's usually not the most cleanest, friendliest dudes out there. And to the pimps, a worker is a worker. Doesn't matter their age as long as they bring in money. So it's unsafe, especially to young girls.
Now the pro side will confer and rebuttal.
I just wanted to point out that you guys are acting like making it illegal is going to get rid of it all. It's just going to push it more underground and make these situations worse. And like, it's not going to just disappear because it's illegal. It's going to make it more dangerous.
Yeah, like prostitution is going to happen either way if we like it or not. So are we going to
There we go. That's the argument you needed to say from day one. I don't understand why they weren't saying that earlier.
Like go off?
This is like a super similar one to abortion.
And when the thing about the age, when
Jesus,
it's legal, it would not be like a free for all, and it actually, if it's legal, it would be better managed, and the law would be able to enforce better, like, and prioritize that everyone would be of legal age because it's out and the law can help it as opposed to.
Damn, this is actually a good point that they can't really respond to, other than saying it's degenerate. It's almost like you should have said this way before, and that should have been like a primary point of yours that you were leaning on the entire time. But instead, you've just sort of discovered it now.
The open debate. So for 5 minutes, it will be a free for all. You can bring up anything mentioned in the debate or not mentioned that you just wanted to bring up. I will start the timer now. Just start talking when you're ready.
Okay, this might be out of left field, but I want to bring up the fact, I don't know if it's already brought up, but you had mentioned at the very beginning of this that prostitution was legal in Canada. I just want to say, in no means is it legal. We have no system in place that makes prostitution legal in any sense. If you're being paid for sex work, then it's not legal in Canada. I just want to bring that little point up.
However, while it is not technically illegal to sell sex and it will not hold the seller criminally liable, right now it is still, they do have a version of the Nordic model, which holds the purchasers and managers criminally liable. And right now they do have provisions, like I said before,
yeah, but it's still not legal, dude.
And greatly limit organized enterprises that allow these women to work in communal safety where they can work together and not be pushed out onto the street. Right now, all Canada's laws are doing is currently just pushing them out and making it go deeper and deeper underground because of all these provisions.
Okay, but at least you can see
Canadian law is not better because it just makes it worse.
Okay, but I mean that's not really what I was saying. I don't mean that in a rude way, but I wasn't saying that the laws put in place or lack of are pushing them out. I just wanted to point out a bit of a fallacy there that you'd said it was legal. It's not. There's nothing put in place for it. So I don't know. I just wanted to say that. I'm not saying that hurting the
Secret
prostitutes.
actually says that it's still illegal. All forms of prostitution are illegal still.
That wasn't what you said in your intro,
I
though. You're
wanted to go
backpedaling.
back on what Marcus said about how it does not empower women. I think it's more empowering for, because right now there's a lot of underage people in prostitution, and I think it's more empowering when women get more of like the choice, because once you get in it now, it's really hard to get out of prostitution, but once it's legalized, it definitely makes it easier to get out of the industry, and I find that more empowering so women can choose if they want to be in that or if they don't want to be.
Legal or
Yeah.
not, they're still being run by pimps, and when you're run by a pimp, you don't have a choice. Most people in the sex industry don't want to be in there anyways, and 90% of the sex workers are controlled by pimps. So, like, empowering or not, they don't have a choice. They don't want to be there. So I wouldn't really call it empowering. It's sell your body to a bunch of weird strangers who want to buy sex because they can't get laid anywhere else.
That's exactly the point, though. Like right
Ooh,
now,
that was fiery.
it's harder to get out of it, but if it's legalized, it's more controlled and more regulated.
Yeah, that's like their
Oh, I
point.
was wondering.
Even if it's a
They still want their money. They still want their cut. Like, legal or not, you're gonna.
But
have
the thing
pimps
would be
who are
that you
working on
wouldn't
their
have
time.
pimps when it
So,
was
like,
legalized.
whether
It
you
seems to
make
be
it
the
legal
point
or
that they,
not, like,
they just can't say that
The
out loud.
difference
I don't know why they
between legal
can't.
or not is when you make it legal, you're encouraging other people to partake in it who wouldn't regularly partake in it because it is illegal. When you make it legal, you're not eliminating the fact of pimps. You're just allowing more people.
But
to
you
partake
are.
in the activity
That's the
itself.
problem.
No,
You
she's
are.
saying if we should have women, like we as women should have a say if we want to do it or not.
But what I'm saying is,
We should have the
you're
right.
in the sex industry, you're run by a pimp. You don't have a say. People who are in the
Okay,
sex
well, I'm not talking about pimps.
the average
I'm
age.
talking
Okay,
about the
just
women
say
that
out loud then.
choose
When you're
to.
13 years old, you should not be selling your body for money.
Well, yeah, you had mentioned that young women, it's not empowering for a young girl, especially somebody who's that vulnerable. You mentioned young girls, specifically young girls. If a 16-year-old girl's going into a prostitution, there is no way in hell that they're going to be a single business. They have to be part of a pimp.
There's literally laws who have age requirements in these places. They're enforcing it, and it's easier to enforce now.
Okay, then why are young girls still being raped? You tell me. You tell me.
I don't
If
Where
there are
where
laws
you
for
have
this. Okay, I can pull up some statistics. Give me a second. But I mean, if you're going to say that young women don't get raped in the streets, then I don't know. Maybe you're blind, but I don't know what to tell
I'm
you.
saying that it's easier to regulate, and it has correlations with, let's see, Rhode Island had their rape cases go down by a third when they legalized prostitution.
Well, it wasn't okay. For one, don't act okay. You say they legalized prostitution. It was a complete and utter loophole that went unnoticed for a large amount of years. It might
And it
have,
still
but then
made it
again,
legal.
well, yeah, okay, they made it legal. It was still run by pimps. Like just because it was safer doesn't mean it's safe. And I know that might be an iffy argument, but people are. It's still bad. It doesn't just because the gonorrhea cases went down doesn't mean it's safe.
So
But it doesn't mean pushing it more underground will do anything.
Well, we're not saying we're pushing it underground. We're just saying that fully legalizing it doesn't help.
No, but whatever model you use, the bottom line is always legalizing it, because the solution is just not to ignore that this happens.
Well, why would we legalize it when there can other options outlawing it?
But what other options? Your options is to leave it the way it is, and it's not working that way.
That's not the option I was bringing up. The other option being that there are other ways besides encouraging sex work. You can help these women get into other industries. Sex work isn't all there is.
Okay, so let's do this. So we have, Marcus and Kaya. So because sometimes when the mics are on, it's hard to hear other people for various reasons. Sometimes someone's mic is just better. So what we'll do is we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. And so Marcus and Kaya, for 1 minute, you can't talk. I think that's just the best way to do it, because I feel like your mics are clicking on and so let's leave it for 1 minute before you can jump back in, because I feel like there were other voices. I don't know who they were, but they were trying to jump in on it. So let's say for the first minute of these last 3, other people can talk, and then Marcus and Kaya, you're welcome to jump in.
I just want to go back to the point where like you guys are acting like just because it's illegal means it's gone. Making it illegal is pushing it more underground. It's not going to get rid of it altogether. It's still going to be happening. It's just not as safe as if it was.
It's gonna happen either way. So do we want to?
Okay, but
Yeah, make
a point.
it illegal.
Do we want to just?
push it underground
When you're legalized,
or more than
you're really just
as
promoting
it
it
is right now.
So The example we can use is Sweden. So when they made prostitution illegal again, their rates of human trafficking went down. So making it illegal isn't going
There
to
you
push
go,
it more
Armand. Get back
underground.
to your
It's
like
going to
4 stats,
unencourage
dude. That's how you're
people
gonna
to
win
get
this
involved
one
in
if
the
you just
industry
keep
in the
saying
first
the
place.
same 4 stats, dude. It's the only way
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna win this.
prostitution is not just
Keep
where
avoiding
sex
like nuanced
happens. It can happen
conversation.
literally anywhere.
I sound like I'm joking. I'm being ironic.
No, but it's a huge role in it. It's obviously a huge role when it
Exactly.
becomes illegal and human trafficking rates down. It clearly has some sort of impact. On top of that, when you said that when you make it legal, it lowers rape cases, it might have lowered rape cases, but did it lower the number of unwanted sex? The amount of people that are run by pimps who are selling their bodies, yeah, they're selling their bodies, but do they want to? No.
They keep
But
bringing up
now
the
they can't
pimps.
make a rape case about it because they took money for it, because their pimps are demanding that they get money. So like, yeah, it might have lowered rape cases, but the amount of unwanted sex, the numbers are still there. The numbers are still being provided, and like the acts are still happening. They're just getting money for it for their pimps instead.
Well, if it's legal, there would be we would put in regulations, and then the sex workers would not have to work for pimps. They can work on their own terms with their own regulations, and if they don't want to have the unwanted sex, then they don't have to have it because it's legal.
Pimps don't work like that
What?
though. If you want to
One
quit
sec.
for pimp, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna beat the shit out of you and they're gonna kill you.
Wait,
That's
Abby,
how
what
pimps work.
what regulations would prevent pimps from being involved? Because the main role of the pimp, the reason why they're there is protection. Because these women need like a figure or like an organization
No, Armand, you've
behind
dug your
them
own
to
grave.
provide protection. Because it's even more dangerous,
No,
even if it's
Armand.
legal, for them to be going out alone with no one
No.
backing them,
What
and
is
that's
it?
the problem. So you
No,
can't really
the
put a
timer needs to
regulation
end
that
as
would
fast as
prevent
possible.
them
Armand, you
from
got
seeking
52
some sort of
seconds. Keep
protection,
talking.
and
You
that's
kill
where
it
the
the respond.
regulations do.
When it's legal, they're then available to go to the police. When it's illegal, they
Yeah.
can't go to the police if they're in danger. If there's violence, there's more control over situations because they do have that authority that they can go to.
The
Also,
police.
I think I'm allowed to
One
talk right
sec.
now anyway, but
Wait,
now,
can I? I'm gonna respond to Emma.
yeah, sure.
So, they can go to the police, but in terms of like safety, it would be how quickly can the police or a pimp get there. Like if they're in danger, and the pimp is more concerned not for their well-being, but for someone who's working for them. So they are going to be in a closer vicinity, and they're going to be able to provide protection to them quicker than the police would be able to. Because how long would it take for the police to get somewhere, and how long would it take for a pimp that's already there to step in?
The
The
pimp is
pimps,
there because there is no police. The pimp is there because they cannot go to the police regularly.
but also,
So you want to assign a police officer to every sex worker on the street? Is that the solution?
no, we're just saying that right now, the pimps are there for protection right now. And right now, you're just forcing them alone onto the streets. And also, we do make, I think, bodyguards were technically legal in Canada for prostitution. But as long as they're not taking part in the service. But first of all, if you're telling any profession of any sorts to go get a bodyguard for their protection, that just means the government has failed to make it a safer environment for them.
Because it's not a safe job.
Okay, so
So we
let's
can make it safer by legalizing.
So why make
okay,
it
so
more
let's
dangerous when
finish
it's
that.
legal?
Okay, let's finish that there because we need to give people an opportunity to ask some questions. Everyone jumped in on the that was pretty heated there. Everyone jumped in. It's fantastic. Let's see here. So at this stage, we will we'll move on. Sorry, we'll move on to the closing statement. So we'll kind of bring it down a bit of a level, and then we'll give people an opportunity to ask questions. Sorry, so Katie, you can take over now.
So now the pro side will present their closing statement.
Okay. Thank you to everyone who listened, participated, and to the opposing team for all their arguments. Prostitution being legalized is clearly a very controversial topic. But the bottom line is that prostitution being legalized would benefit many people's mental health as well as provide more safety measures for these sex workers. If legalized and properly regulated, it would greatly improve the safety of sex workers as well as the rest of society. Prostitution is a choice, and many women who are consenting adults want to have the power and the right to decide if they want to participate or not. Women do what they want with their own bodies. The solution to this current dangerous industry should be to strive towards a better future for sex workers, not to continue to push it underground as Canada's laws do now, and not to ignore it and pray it disappears. The selling of sexual services has always existed and will continue to exist no matter its legal status. We cannot change this, but what we can do is empower these women and make their profession much safer, which will only help improve the lives of these workers and society as a whole.
And now the con side's closing argument.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to everyone who participated in the debate. So in conclusion, legalizing prostitution only adds risks to workers as well as society. Legalizing prostitution means expanding the industry to those who wouldn't partake in it if it was still illegal. It means putting the workers at risk for STDs and being okay with traumatizing young girls who end up working for pimps. To legalize prostitution, you are putting more people at risk, you are encouraging human trafficking, and you are teaching men that it is in fact okay to buy women for sex. Prostitutes are raped and killed all around the world every single day. STDs are contracted, women are controlled by their pimps, women are traumatized by what happens to them in their everyday life. We should not be legalizing this, but rather trying to put a stop to it, as we as a society should be protecting young females in our communities and not putting them at risk. It is a time we put them first and think about the true repercussions of legalizing prostitution. It is time we stand up for those who don't have a voice, and it is time we say no to legalizing prostitution. Thank you.
So that is the end of the debate. Thank you all for watching.
All right, and thank you for hosting, Katie. So at this stage, there is an opportunity. Actually, maybe your job isn't done yet, Katie, because I'm still going to ask you to sort of facilitate the discussion here. But this is an opportunity for people that have had questions throughout the debate to direct them to various, whether the pros or the cons group. So I just ask that you raise your hand, and then I'm going to ask Katie to regulate that, and I'll jump in if I need to.
Okay, Catherine, you can go first.
This is a question for the con side. So I just want to clarify your stance on pimps. Because at first you were saying that the women are in danger because of pimps, but then you said that pimps protect them. I just want you to clarify your stance on them.
Okay, so to clarify, we still believe that pimps endanger women, and in the heat of the discussion, I couldn't really clarify this, but I was just making a point to why pimps are in the industry in the first place and why women are unable to do it on their own. They're still terrible for the industry and for the women, but I was just making a point to prove that the reason that they're like still in the industry, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Did anyone else raise their hand? No. Okay, so no more questions.
All right. Okay. So thanks, Katie. And I mean, sometimes so there was one question there. There's a lot of back and forth. I think that there was a good explanation for both sides. It's very interesting. And then I won't get too much into it now because I know people are filling out their jury forms, but it's very interesting perspectives. Like when we're looking at, some people believe that the legalization actually empowers women. Some people believe the exact opposite. It actually takes that power away. When we look at issues like mental health issues, there was one argument claiming that it would actually help reduce mental health issues, and other arguments saying no, in fact, it does increase it with PTSD. So it's very interesting that under the same topics, you can have very, very different opinions. And what's interesting there too is statistics to back each of those sides up. It is very interesting. Okay, which I think is what led to a lot of heat in that open debate. I would say, well, no, there was definitely heat in every one of the debates this week. You know, and historically, that doesn't always happen. Well, historically, I'm trying to think of, I wouldn't say, historically, there's usually one debate where there's not a lot of fire. But I felt like for each of these topics, and part of it is because they're very controversial, but part of it is also because people were passionate about their topics. And I also think maybe because you have been at home as opposed to the classroom, you haven't had that outlet. You haven't had the ability to actually share those opinions. And anyway, so it is nice to see. It's good to see that fire. I'm glad that you care about what you're talking about in the research and the work that you put into it. Now I would like to remind the jurors that you should be filling out those forms, just finishing them off right now at this moment. I am going to drop a link in the pane to the right of us. Because we started a little bit late today, we are going to, I'm going to come back with the results pretty quick for this. Let's say in 10 minutes, I'm going to ask you to have handed in those forms. And also, and I'm going to put the link in there right now. I would like you to vote pro or con on this link. If you are in the debate, I would like you to start working on your peer assessments if you haven't already been. I do have 2 members from yesterday's debates that have not handed in their peer assessments, so I can't give you a mark back. I've sent you messages, so please check your messages. I'm sure you know who you are anyway. I'm sure it was just an oversight, but I need those in before you can get your marks. So I will be back. I'm just going to tally it up, and I'm going to pull out some pro and cons comments, and then I'll give you some of my own thoughts. Well, not necessarily my own opinion. I try to hold that back, but we'll just talk a little bit more about the debate. Okay, so in 10 minutes, we'll do the big reveal.
I really enjoyed listening to this debate. Something that made it particularly interesting was that both groups had contradictory statistics, and both groups had stats to back up their points, and they were both technically correct. When both groups have such even statistics, I have to vote for who directed the conversation in the most advantageous way. And I felt as though the con side was in control for all of the debate up until the last 2 or 3 minutes. Although the pro side really sounded strong during those last couple minutes, I won't let it dissuade me from the fact that the con side still controlled the rest of the debate. And that is generally my feelings towards it. Except I think probably the pro side actually won. If I'm being a $1.50 with you, because that last 2 minutes, it's sort of like nothing mattered up until the last 2 minutes when Armand just started inting. So if I want to be me, I'd be like, if Armand had said nothing, oh my god, that would have been toxic. God damn it, Armand.
Yeah, he was inting a bit. I ain't gonna lie.
He was kind of throwing. That's basically my. I was so close to saying that in my comment. I was just like, yeah, I felt like the contact controlled the debate for the entire time up until the last 2 or 3 minutes when I said up until the last 2 or 3 minutes, and I said, but I'm not going to ignore the fact that they controlled the debate the entire time. So I'm just going to vote for the concept. You can't win the last 2 minutes and then win the whole thing. Okay, that's not how it works. Just because Armand's throwing, and they held back Marcus with the might of Zeus.
Jury's got short term. Yeah, if he hadn't given me that 1 goddamn minute penalty, it would have. Oh. Yeah, that was fun. I was like, "What are you blind? I don't know. Maybe you're blind, but
that was the.
You must be retarded."
Can you imagine? Oh my.
You must have utter fucking brain damage, you dolt, if you think.
Oh, that would have been. Whew.
That'd be cool. That was a fun debate. Oh no, Summer Game Fest has started.
Oh no!
Borderlands game, that's cool.
They had Marcus chained down. They wouldn't let him speak.
Knocked my ass down. I was ready to get back up, but they held me back.
It was just like 1984.
Damn right. This is what George Orwell was talking about.
Yeah.
1984 is a metaphor for this very moment.
For this moment.
God, fucking damn it. We were this close to Christ.
They silenced Marcus because he was toothpaste.
True.
I mean, as long as the jury sees that you were in control for every part. It kind of sucks, this format, because people have, the memory of, goldfish.
Yeah, no, because they're only gonna remember the last.
Yeah,
part.
they're only gonna remember like the last like 2 minutes where Armand was actually inting. Not the part where they like they literally couldn't say that they like didn't have an answer for like the pimp.
All
Like,
right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start up in 1 minute.
they didn't have
nothing.
1 minute.
answers for like incredibly easy questions.
That they had all those technical difficulties. We were sitting in silence for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, everyone's already forgot about that, which is unlucky.
It's a pleasure working with you too, Armand. It's nice if you didn't fucking int.
You should have just said, man, I hate.
I fucking hate him. God damn, I hate that guy.
Marcus was just trying to run, but Armand strapped ankle bracelets to his legs.
The man Torlay slapped me down with a hammer on my
And then
on my
Torlay
back.
shot his back kneecap. But Marcus
They
still
changed.
limped to the finish line.
Still made it. I'm like Atlas, man. I was forced to hold the world, and then they chained me down. I suffered, and for what? But I'll be torn down by Armand in like one sentence.
Well, actually, pimps are actually more effective than the police are.
Yeah,
Oh, Armand. Oh.
Armand, we've been attacking pimps this entire time. The point is, we want to get rid of them.
And he's like, wait a minute, you think that we're gonna have every police officer for every pimp? No, Armand, stop it.
Oh, we're not anti-police. Say an ACAB, bro. Stop. You're not pro-pimp.
I am pro-pimp.
You're not pro-pimp. I'm not pro-pimp.
Armand's like that meme. He's like I am pro-pimp. I am pro-pimp. And it's like you and you and your other group members.
Debate against pimps.
I'm pro-pimp.
Oh. Don't take your anti-pimp pill.
Pimps are good. Pimps are good.
All right, folks. Let's see here. Flick your cameras on so I know you're alive.
Oh. I already have my camera assigned to something.
The votes are in. And yes, it was close.
Cat?
It's very interesting to see the opinions, especially of young people who are going to sort of represent the future. Let's see here. Let's work through this.
Look who it is.
Sorry, I think I have one vote. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second because I just want to make sure I have the proper final number here.
Not happy, visibly not happy.
Okay.
Do it for her.
Good stuff. All right, so make sure my mic is on now.
The disdain.
We're good.
Just staring at my part.
Okay, so a vote for the con side said very strong points from both sides. I like how everyone on the con side added something to the rebuttals. I appreciate that both sides used good statistics to back up their points. I didn't think that the sex addicts point was particularly strong, and the con side had a good rebuttal to it. Both sides were very passionate during the open debate. Overall, I feel that the con side had a stronger argument, and they were able to reply with
that one wasn't even my statement, so you got at least 2 votes.
And somewhat disprove the pro arguments.
At least 2.
All right. A vote for the pro side said, I found this debate very hard to choose a winner. They both had great points and strong stances. And they both made points where I was like, quote, yeah, that's true, unquote. So
that
it
was the
very
quote?
Conflicting, but I think the pro side won just because the points they had were more.
No, because the last 2 minutes, don't lie.
More sense. A vote for the con side said, I was back and forth the entire debate. Both sides kept coming up with great arguments.
Oh, this also is in mine, so you have at least 3 votes. Whoa.
To counter the opposing side.
That's more than I was.
But at the last 3 minutes of the open debate, I personally think that the con side ended up having better reasoning as to why it should be illegal.
Wait, what?
That's interesting. Another vote decided.
That was supposed to happen.
Did that guy mistype? Did he mistype the winner?
Vote for the pro side.
Maybe he was only listening to the Marcus.
Both sides.
Maybe he meant to type pro but pressed con instead.
The pro side brought up better arguments overall, and during the 5-minute debate, the pro side held their own and they stuck to the facts. It's interesting.
Facts. Everyone had the same facts,
was
bro.
determined in that final part, but they both interpreted it differently. That's very interesting. So I suppose you want to know who the winner was. And the winner
Pros. It's pros.
of the final debates,
Let's see. This is to test if our
the con
class is
side.
mind rod or not.
The con
The
side
con.
won. But
Yo,
I can tell you
Pog.
this: as we went through all of them, almost
Whoa.
everyone said I was back and forth the whole time. So you like literally had them, and it's. I mean, that's interesting.
Armand
when you
tried
have
his
people on
best,
edge like that,
but he
and
couldn't. He
literally
couldn't
people
do
are
it.
so, let's call it malleable. There was a cat on the screen, another cat. They're malleable in the sense that you obviously presented strong points on both sides that were very convincing. So congratulations.
Armand did everything in
As I
his
mentioned
power,
before,
but he
man,
couldn't
we
hold us
have not
back.
had it where
Did not hold
every
back.
debate had some
Fucking
sort of
strength.
heated open debate where people were that
Absolute
passionate about it.
Magnitude.
And everyone contributed the way that you did. So overall, I really appreciate the work that you put into these debates. As I mentioned to you before, and I got a little bit fired up about it and excited about it. It's exciting to see you finally come out because I feel like just kind of being stuck in your homes and in front of computer screens, it's hard sometimes to get passionate and to get those
You
feelings
must
out.
be
But
blind.
I really do feel
Bunch
like
of
you put in
sickly.
legitimate
Bunch of
research and
sickly
legitimate time and
blind.
work in there, and your passion was definitely demonstrated throughout all of your debates and your open rounds, and I appreciate that, and your question periods too.
I think if you busted that line
Another
out,
huge
you would have won
thanks
like
to the hosts.
31-0.
Great job.
Bunch of
Bunch
sick.
of sickly.
Yeah, so I think we'll leave it
whores.
there for now.
You're gonna defend a bunch of
Again,
sickly
what's going to
whores.
happen here is,
Bunch of
of course, if
sickly-
there aren't any questions at this point, we are going to meet after lunch. So as usual, at 10:40,
As you like you.
we're going to check
Like
in.
usual, bro.
I'm going to chat with you a little bit. Essentially, you're going to work on your issues analysis projects, whether you're a
Oh yeah, we're doing
solo or with a
Islamophobia.
partner. You will
Oh,
be
sick.
expected to be in your breakout rooms if you're working
I
with
love
a group.
Islamophobia.
And
I
then we
love
will
Quebec.
check in again at 12:30, at which point
Yeah.
we will talk a
That's
little
what
bit
probably
about
this is
that
going to be a
unit
lot
test.
about.
Okay.
Yes. Banning the hijab.
At this
Yeah,
stage,
they're not-
are there any questions before we head out?
They're not a
for
big
lunch?
fan of.
Okay, I will see you after lunch.
Okay.
When the cat is ripping the flesh off your leg.
We're on the verge of greatness.
We were so close. Armand almost fucked us. Almost fucked us.
Dude, that was like Mayweather versus Paul, except if at the end Mayweather had just dropped both of his hands, got on his knees, and let Paul get 18 shots at his face.
Essentially, it was. Yeah, well, it's kind of like, it was a bit of a back and forth, and then in the end, Logan starts pounding on Mayweather. Mayweather got one clean uppercut right
Yeah.
to Paul. Paul's on his knees, and then Mayweather just drops.
Yeah, Mayweather just drops. You're like, okay, yeah, you can hit me now. Yeah, you're like, I thought during the scripted parts as well, your scripted parts were better, and you had like instant responses. Their responses were kind of dancey, and they didn't really say it very clearly as well. I understood what they were trying to say, but they didn't say it, so I was not allowed to count it. I was like, yeah, I know what you're trying to say. It's just like you're not saying it.
Like objectively, I agree with their side more than I.
Yeah, I
agree
know.
with mine.
That I think I have like a little bit of a bias as well, where I end up voting for the thing I don't agree with, because like when I agree with something and they don't make the points that I'm thinking, then I'm just like, what's wrong with you?
Oh,
guys?
these guys don't know
Bunch of
anything.
sickly.
Bunch of sickly. All right, well, I'm gonna grab some food. 'Cause I'm fucking hungry.
Good idea.
And then I'm gonna play like Metal Gear or something. 'Cause that's what champions
Yo,
do.
that's what champs do.
What can I say? I am the wiener. I'll be back. I'll grab some oatmeal.
All right, how many levels out are we? Hmm.
We've consistently stated in this House that individual voters should be the ones determining the outcome of Ontario elections, not American-style political action committees or unaccountable pop-ups. Speaker, the Protecting Elections and Defending Democracy Act would restore responsible guardrails to ensure wealthy elites and special interest groups and corporations won't drown out the voice of individuals.
A brazen attempt to hold on to power, to grab power. And it is really just looks like a desperate man who is doing everything he can to cling to power by muzzling his critics. And it's really clear that this premier's priorities are completely wrong.
When I learned that the legislature was being recalled, my initial thought was the premier was bringing us back because the vigil the other night in London was so moving, and we were going to be debating a strategy to combat hate and Islamophobia in our province. Or I thought maybe we were going to come back and talk about a safe way to ensure our children can return to school. But instead, the premier is engaging in a blatant...
Who is this? This guy's incredibly rhetorically effective. Who is this?
I learned that the legislature was being recalled. My initial thought, return to school. But instead, the premier
I need to figure out who this guy
engaging
is.
in a
He's, like,
blatant
really good.
abuse of power, using the notwithstanding clause for the first time in Ontario's history for such a self-serving reason is outrageous.
I think it's reckless because it's treating our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is something that Canadians, Ontarians hold dear and value, as we should. It treats it like a political doormat. Doug Ford and his team had so many other options available to them if they were not happy, as clearly they were not, with the judge's decision in this particular case. Instead of being thoughtful, instead of being respectful in particular of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and how closely Ontarians and Canadians attach themselves to the values that are contained in the Charter, Doug Ford chose to go all the way to that nuclear option.
A marathon weekend session getting underway at Queen's Park this afternoon as Premier Ford has recalled MPPs to invoke the notwithstanding clause to restore election financing law provisions struck down by a judge earlier this week.
The government is defending the move as a way of reducing the amount of money in our elections from corporations, special interest groups, and more. The opposition, they're not buying it. Joining us tonight to look at the range of issues at play here, U of T political science professor Andrew McDougall and Jeffrey Vorkin, the former director of U of T's journalism program. Gentlemen, thank you both for making time for us. Andrew, we've heard from the opposition there. What are your thoughts? How would you characterize this move?
Very surprising and very, very risky. Whenever you trigger the notwithstanding clause, it has a tendency to overwhelm whatever the issue actually is that you're talking about. Suddenly the discussion becomes one about civil rights and civil liberties. And Ontarians generally don't respond well to this. They don't tend to have particularly warm feelings towards the notwithstanding clause or towards politicians that decide to oust the courts this way. This is very difficult political territory for the government. It's very surprising that they've decided to do it.
So why do you think they have, Professor? Why do you think they would go ahead and go to what they're calling the nuclear option?
It is. It's something of a puzzle. I mean, there were other alternatives that they could have selected here. That were a little less than going to the notwithstanding clause. The notwithstanding clause has never been used in Ontario up until now. The only real, the only real answer you can kind of think of is that they are so concerned about the possibility of some of these groups being able to spend money in the election that's coming up that they've decided to have an emergency session of the legislature to restore it. Now, they say, of course, that this is about keeping money out of the elections, but they made the changes to the act to limit the spending there relatively recently. There was a time when the limit on money wasn't this long. So the idea that this is an emergency is, I think, a little bit difficult to sustain.
And that detail that it's never been used before in this province. Jeffrey, how significant is that, and will it resonate with regular people in this province?
Well, I think it's going to resonate very seriously with media organizations such as your own, such as the newspaper industry. During election time, a lot of money is spent on these kinds of ads. It's a long tradition that unions and lobby groups take out full-page ads in newspapers, put public service announcements on in the commercial breaks. This is taking money out of news organizations that at this time are really struggling, not just in Ontario, but in the rest of the country, is to try to find a valid way of sustaining the kind of journalism that they are trying to do. Elections are considered, better or for worse, for a lot of broadcasters and newspapers. This is a very wealthy time during the fiscal year of any media organization. So for this government to suddenly say, we're not going to allow newspapers and broadcasters to make a bit of money during an election campaign is absurd.
Do you also see, Jeffrey, this as potentially a bit of a chill or a censoring effect on third-party voices in elections?
Absolutely. And I think that what we're seeing now in this digital age is that there are many ways in which interest groups, political parties, individuals can reach out to the electorate using social media, but also using mainstream media organizations such as CP24, the Toronto Star. Any of these I'm sure, having managed a couple of news organizations, I know that this is considered to be a very good time to make sure that there's more money in the bank, as it were, for media organizations. And it's as much as 20 to 30% of the annual budget is counted on coming through these kinds of election ads. So I think that my guess is that this is going to be massively litigated by media organizations as a contravention, first of all, of their right to try to make a living, and secondly, as a violation of the charter.
Okay, Andrew, you pointed out that, wanting to sell this as an emergency, why we would need to reconvene Queen's Park here. And something that came up today, a Liberal motion that was blocked, was to denounce Islamophobia, and that was blocked by the Ford government. How would that play out in the sell of this notwithstanding clause being the emergency when Islamophobia is believed to have led to a family being killed in London, Ontario?
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the whole picture that we have here about very tricky political ground for the Conservatives. I mean, it's very unlikely that this is going to be popular anyway. It's coming at this particular time, as you're saying, when maybe the legislature has some other stuff to do. But I mean, if you think about it also more broadly, this might be a moment where the Conservatives might have been able to increase their popularity. I mean, we're literally on the cusp of entering stage one of reopening the province, which is going to start at 12:01 a.m. Tomorrow morning, tonight. You would think that the Conservatives might want to play up that angle and saying that they're now getting ahead of it. The economy is reopening. This summer is here. It's a good time to do it. But this story as well gets lost through the notwithstanding clause controversy. So there's many reasons why the Conservatives should be wary here about deciding to put so much emphasis and so much attention on the notwithstanding clause.
It's interesting, isn't it, Professor? Because, I had some public opinion research from Maru last night showing that Doug Ford's approval ratings are starting to turn around as they've taken him out of the spotlight. Well, this is putting a red-hot spotlight back on him. But it's also, even though this might be the first time it actually happens, Doug Ford threatened to use a notwithstanding clause just a few years ago. So it's a tool he's willing to use. Whether it actually happens by Monday evening, we'll soon see. But what about that? What about that fact that this is the second time it's at least being threatened to be used?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very curious thing. I mean, the first time around when he tried it, most experts kind of thought that, again, he had jumped the gun much too early. The ruling in that particular case was ultimately found to be wrongly decided. Most people thought it had been wrongly decided and that all he had to do was appeal it, and that's what happened, and that proved to be correct, and he didn't need to use the notwithstanding clause. So it seemed odd that he decided to jump to the nuclear option then, too. You might have thought that that would have been a bit of a lesson given the reaction to it, but then we now see him deciding to go for it again. So it seems like he's got, he's got an appetite for it, if you will. But that seems to be one that is not really taking into account, I think, how most people in Ontario view the notwithstanding clause.
And the opposition's criticism is the notwithstanding clause is an effort for Premier Doug Ford to hold on to his political career. I wonder then, with the judge's ruling, how impactful would it have been on the PC party going into this next election?
Well, I mean, clearly they seem to think that it's very impactful, and so they've decided to bring the legislature back in. I mean, as of the date of the ruling, these groups were allowed to start spending, almost immediately. So there would be a period there. But I mean, one option that he had would be to have gone back to the old time limit, which was 6 months from before the writ, rather than a year. And that's still a considerable amount of time, and it would have been much less controversial if he had decided to simply adopt the old act. And sort of run under that. But he's decided not to take that path and is running a real political risk, in my view, of going down this one.
And you would assume, Jeffrey, as well, based on your earlier answers, that it'll likely be on editorial pages throughout the weekend, this move by the Premier, because this is going to be a marathon weekend session. We're going to be hearing and seeing a lot about this in the media over the coming 48, 72 hours.
Absolutely. I can hear the rolls of print starting already with thunderous editorials of opposition. But I think that this is something that should be of real concern to all citizens. How, during an election campaign, does an interest group, a lobby group, or even a group of concerned citizens get their ideas in front of the electorate? But this is a kind of a freedom of speech issue, I think, and that's probably the area in which it'll likely be litigated.
That's fascinating. Thank you both for making time for CP24 tonight, gentlemen.
Appreciate this.
No problem. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome back. The Ford government plans to use the notwithstanding clause for the first time in the province's history, though they threatened to invoke it to force the reduction of Toronto's City Council a couple of years ago. Now, this time the target is third-party advertising after an Ontario court recently ruled that limits on spending would be unconstitutional. Political strategist Jim Warren joins us now to try and explain all this. Jim, good to see you.
Good afternoon, George. Thanks for having me.
So much for summer vacation, right? For the MPPs. Legislature is going to sit all weekend, Monday with an overnight sitting, maybe even a midnight till 7 a.m. thing on Saturday, we're hearing. Then question period Monday, trying to work through the minutia of this notwithstanding clause as it applies to overriding what happened in the courts that struck down the restrictions on third-party advertising during elections. So, Jim, what's first the significance of invoking this so-called nuclear option technique?
Well, and nuclear option, it's the most powerful tool that the Premier and the government can invoke. And you're basically, it's a tool in the constitutional toolbox where the government can say that whatever they're trying to do is so important to the public good that they can override people's individual constitutional rights, override the Charter of...
The opposition leader, Andrew Horwath, now speaking to reporters at Queen's Park. This has to do with a different story, the notwithstanding clause that is going to be discussed in the legislature this afternoon. We'll listen in.
From slowing down or stopping bad legislation in this House, but we're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our best to put the agenda of the people of Ontario front and center instead of Doug Ford's political power and his political agenda. We're gonna push back against this power grab as much as we possibly can. And I just want to say that this morning our MPPs participated in really an emergency caucus meeting, and I want to thank them. They pivoted very quickly. They're going to be working through the weekend, and I just wanted to let them know how much respect and gratitude I have for them, because they'll be fighting the fight for the people of this province, and that's extremely important. So on that note, I'll take any questions that folks might have.
What do you think of the timing for this maneuver? Like, we're getting ready to reopen the province. Patios will be open this weekend, and the government is moving super quickly to move this bill.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty apparent that Doug Ford is desperate and that he wants to get this done as quickly as possible so people don't notice it. He wants to. I mean, look, from what we know, and we don't have the details yet. We'll get the details in about an hour. But from what we understand, we are going to be debating this legislation literally at midnight on Friday. At midnight, when everybody else is either leaving a patio or already asleep in bed. What needs to I think, be clear is that people deserve more respect than that. He's ramming through this brutal power grab at a time when we're still in a pandemic. When we're still grappling with the loss and the grief from the discovery at the Kamloops residential school, as well as the horrendous Islamophobic terrorist attack that took place the other day in London. And this is the government, this is Doug Ford's priority, his own political power, trying to hold on to his political power. We're going to do our best to let Ontarians know, to encourage people across the province to put pressure on their own MPPs. Folks should be calling their MPP's office, emailing their MPPs, telling them that this is a bad idea, and that Doug Ford could have done something different, but instead of doing what he's doing, which is basically invoking the notwithstanding clause and shutting down critics. Other provinces have been able to do that in terms of putting some parameters around third-party election spending as well as timeframes. He doesn't need to do this, so we're asking people, put that pressure on. Certainly somebody on the other side of the legislature, somebody on the government bench has a conscience. I mean, there has to be someone on that side of the bench that has some kind of conscience and that can stop this from happening. We know that Doug Ford's a write-off. We know that Paul Calandra is a write-off. But certainly,
Awesome,
I think
thank
people
you.
need a chance to have their voices heard. So that's why they're speeding it through. That's why they're rushing it through, because they don't want people to have a voice.
Can I play devil's advocate, or let me play devil's advocate for a moment here? The Ford government, Paul Calandra, claims that it's been the Wild West out there with these third-party ads, and we do know that they spend a lot of money on them. We saw what happened with Tim Hudak and Working Families, and it really did make a big difference in the campaign. We also saw what happened with Ontario Proud and Kathleen Wynne the last time. Should it be a free-for-all? Should they have, complete resources to do whatever they want and say whatever they want, or should there be some kind of control here?
I think there are many provinces in Ontario that have parameters over these things. But let's remember, it was Kathleen Wynne and the Liberals that brought their cash for access to Ontario in the first place. And so some rules were put in place to try to address that. And as soon as Doug Ford got elected, one of his big priorities was to bring big money back into politics, right? He doubled the amount of donations that people can make. This is tonight there's another fundraiser. We see them almost, several times a week. Cabinet ministers, for $1,000, you can have a Zoom meeting with the cabinet minister. So the people who are bringing the big money back into politics here in Ontario is the Ford government. It's pretty hypocritical what they're doing right now. It's very hypocritical. But certainly there are ways to do this, and he could have done that today. We could be debating legislation that puts parameters around the amount of money to be spent and the time frame. What this is all about is that our judiciary, our justice system, a judge in Ontario at the Superior Court told Doug Ford that the way he's gone about it is, it tramples on people's rights of freedom of speech. It's a violation of charter rights. So how do you fix that? You bring in legislation that's reflective of what's happening in other provinces, and you solve the problem. There's no need to use this notwithstanding clause as a way to address this problem. There's no need for it whatsoever. But Doug Ford, he likes to use a big club. He likes to hit hard and crush his opponents, and this is more about silencing completely. Now, he was told he had gone overboard by the judge, and now he's gone even further, because this is going to silence folks completely until after the election. It is just so disgraceful and so shameful that this premier is once again just trying to muzzle his critics. disgraceful.
What is the plan for today and this week, and how are you going to slow this down?
Well, again, we don't have very many tools to slow down the legislation. The Liberals and the Conservatives have made sure of that. They've really stripped the opposition's ability to do very much at all. So today we're going to try to put things on the agenda that we should be talking about, that we should be debating, the priorities of Ontarians. We're going to try to get some of that stuff on the agenda today. I don't know yet, and I won't know until 3 o'clock, exactly what the government has in mind in terms of how the next couple of days are going to roll out. But we're going to do everything we can on our end, and we're just hoping that Ontarians can do the same and try to put pressure on this government. This is. It's really an abomination what Doug Ford has done here, and it's not necessary. But he can't help himself from acting like a king and shutting everybody down who disagrees with his decisions. This premier has made some pretty big cuts, and he's made some pretty bad choices, and it looks like that's what he's planning to do for the next year. And he just doesn't want to hear from, parents of children with autism, and he just doesn't want to hear from, families and education workers who are worried about the cuts he's making in education. He doesn't want to hear, from small businesses that have been devastated because he didn't want to spend the money on getting them through the pandemic. He doesn't want to hear any of those things. He just wants to shut everybody down and not take responsibility. And I guess it's something to ask Mr. Ford. What's he afraid of? He's afraid of his own record. That's what he's afraid of. He's afraid of his own record.
You've already encouraged people to call their MPPs.
Sure.
Should there be more done? Like, do you want to see protests like we saw in 2018?
Well, I really don't know what's happening in that regard. We are going to be very busy here on a very inappropriate, really, schedule from what we understand in terms of when the legislature is going to be sitting all through the weekend. So we don't have a lot of capacity for that. But if people are feeling strongly about this, of course, I encourage them to let their voices be heard. I encourage them to do everything possible. I know there are already some petitions that are circulating to get Doug Ford off of this, terrible path, off of this undemocratic path where he's basically gagging people from their ability to criticize him. I'm just hoping that folks can engage, because there's not much time here, and public pressure has helped in the past in terms of turning this government around. And I would just encourage people to get engaged.
Now going to move to the phone line for a question.
From Matthew Bingley at the Global News.
Hi, Matthew.
Hi, Andrea. Just speaking with some people, they say that they're in contact with constitutional experts and that they're looking into the potential of some sort of court challenge. Have you been exploring anything similar to that?
I know that we have been in contact with, with various stakeholders. I personally, right now, don't have the details of that, but I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that effort because it's really dangerous to have a government. Let's face it, the notwithstanding clause has not been utilized by Ontario ever, except for under Doug Ford's iron fist. And that's a problem for our province. And that's something that shouldn't be, as I said last time, it shouldn't be used, willy-nilly. That's not what it was meant for. And that's exactly what the government's doing. And I find it doubly atrocious that he's literally taking away people's charter rights or their freedom of expression with the notwithstanding clause being used against them as well. So it's like he wants to shut people down. He wants to shut his critics down. So he's using the notwithstanding clause, which takes away their rights and shuts them down as well. So it's really a double whammy when you think about it, and it's anti-democratic. It's just not the right thing to do. And I think it's dangerous when governments do this kind of a thing. And I think it's dangerous when premiers or when any political leader thinks that the right thing to do is to muzzle, silence, and shut people down. We're a democracy. That has to stand for something. And we have to fight for it. We have to fight for it.
Follow up?
No, thank you. That does it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Jack Howard at Queen's Park Briefing.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Andrea. I was just wondering if you could fill us in a little bit on the tools that the opposition used to have that you don't have now.
There were so many different things that could be done. There were things like opportunities for filibustering. There were opportunities for motions and bills to be, delayed. Right now, right now. You can't debate a bill. Once a bill gets debated for 6.5 hours, then the government can move it along. That restriction didn't exist in the past, but it exists now. I don't have a list in front of me in terms of the tools, but there has been a systematic removal of those tools. Some people might remember the famous Peter Cormos filibuster that lasted days to try to, and what that does, what these tools do is allow the issue to become more understood by the public and to get more attention to what the government is doing. And in this case, the government is literally sneaking this through in the dead of night on a weekend. And so that in and of itself should be sending out alarm bells to Ontarians, because that's how egregious this move of Mr. Ford and his gang is.
And as a follow-up, do you worry that other provinces might look at what Ontario is doing and think that, hey, this is a lot easier and less expensive than appealing decisions through the courts?
I certainly hope not, for the sake of our country and for the sake of the democratic principles that we should be operating under. I certainly hope not.
Okay, listening in to NDP leader Andrew Horwath, who is speaking live at Queen's Park this afternoon. MPPs have been called back to discuss the notwithstanding clause. This is legislation the Ford government's planning to push through. We hear from the NDP.
Which takes about 30 seconds. Yep. So what happens if you don't do that? Yeah. So if applicable is there, right? So to me, that is where we save things. It just says if applicable. So if you didn't recommend credit recovery, it pops up, and yeah, you fill out the first part, but you don't have to do anything else because it's not applicable. Okay. All right. I gotta run. I'm supposed to be in a 10:30 meeting with the health unit. So, okay. Bye. Lunch right now, Tynan, or are you in class?
Yeah, I'm on lunch. Why? You're fine until, well, for 10 minutes, actually. So.
You're going to be disappointed at the end of it, but if you're more mean to be a Zionist in your mind, what's your working definition there?
I think academically, Zionist is like somebody that is in favor of the Jewish people pursuing and having their own state. And then historically, I think that Zionism is oftentimes used to point to like broader Jewish conspiracy stuff. So when I would debate the alt-right, like everybody that like wasn't an alt-righter, they'll call people like, you're a Zionist, you're secretly a Zionist, you think that like Jews want to control the world and blah, 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 blah. So Zionism can be used in kind of like, it's kind of, I say an anti-Semitic dog whistle, but when an alt-righter is, it's not even really a dog whistle, they're just like blatantly making these accusations. But, yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's fair to project that onto Vosh with the remark he had about David?
What do you think I projected onto Vosh?
That like we should treat what he's saying here and the implications of it similarly to how we do the alt-right people.
Yeah, so
that
I've never said that. I don't know if that idea came from Vosh or whatever. Or actually, he did say that. He said, but and it's funny I joke about this because it doesn't matter if I clarify a million times. I said a million times. I don't think Vosh is probably anti-Semitic, but yikes, that's just a really, 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 really bad word to just instantly go to for a Jewish guy that's not from Israel who's actually not in favor of like the Israeli settlements or anything. That's just a really like I don't want to say it's quite at that level, and I know nobody will believe me now because everybody's left-leaning, so they want to have their own heroes. But it's pretty close to me just calling a random black person like an N-word, like out of nowhere. Like and I know you're not gonna believe it is. It really is. And if we were still on the alt-right arc, everybody would agree with me without even a second thought. They'd be like, yeah, of course. Like you wouldn't just call like a random Jew outside of Israel a Zionist, especially when they've got like views stated otherwise. Like he made a huge assumption about like it's just so weird. But I know it's lefties now that do it, so nobody cares. But yeah, it's really, 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 really crazy to just like throw that out there, I think.
I know you're not gonna agree with me, but you're wrong. Same thing as the N-word. Okay, bro.
I didn't say the same thing, but I said it's like getting very, very, very close to it. Obviously, the N-word is a special place in all of our hearts, so nothing will ever.
Is Maya coming after you?
Yeah.
Maya's coming after you?
She's going, wow. What's good, Holmes? Dap me up, brother?
I'd love to see your cat try to dap you up.
She'd probably do it.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Maya's kind of a dumbass, so I'm not sure.
She couldn't do it. No, it's not big enough of a brain.
Simply, she's got that chimp brain.
Chimp set.
Drive forever, chimp grinds.
And Jen, the other thing that I was hoping we could talk about was isolation requirements for fully vaccinated individuals.
I really liked when you were holding her up during the meet. That was funny.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. She was cheering me on.
It was good too because I could hear the meows, but no one else could.
You got insider meows. Right? Nobody.
Meow.
Meow. Hey, Maya. Keep on meowing in the free world, Maya.
Keep on meow.
Free world.
Any meowers?
Some meowers in chat? Why does BattleNet have so much stuff? BattleNet has like 5 programs running at once in the background.
That's a good question. Why does BattleNet?
Why does BattleNet?
Why?
You have any idea how much I've sacrificed? Why is Google Chrome running a 131 megabit background process? What? Stop.
No.
Dog, Google Chrome has like 9 different background processes all running at once. Holy shit. Stop. End all.
Stop. Get me out.
Oh no, Grammarly is crashed. What a fucking shame, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Grammarly? Bunch of
Get
sick...
out!
Get... That's a good one. That's a good line.
That is a good line. Come on, what are you doing, brother? Yeah, you.
What are you doing, my friend?
Holy shit! Origin might be the worst fucking game launcher. I have to troubleshoot for like 10 minutes every time I want to play Dragon Age. Oh my god.
Yeah, Origin is historically bad. They're just like...
Well, the issue with it, I'm fine with everything except you can't have Origin and EA Desktop, which is EA's other program, running at the same time. The thing is, though, it's not. EA Desktop, it will always tell me every time I try to load this game on Origin. It'll always say EA Desktop is running, you can't. It's not. I've destroyed it. At one point, I deleted EA Desktop. It was off my computer, and it still said you can't have it running at the same time, dog.
That's that's a slam it.
Slam it, slam it.
That's worthy of a slam.
Uh-oh, there was an issue launching your game like a superhero and his alter ego. Shut the fuck up. Origin EA Desktop can't operate at the same time. Dog.
Askers? That's what you should just say to EA. That's what you gotta say to EA.
Yeah.
Yeah, Origin is, man.
Cringe. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. First clip. Hi, Maya.
Maya also agrees.
Maya, do you agree that Origin sucks dick? There's nothing wrong with sucking dick, but they're doing it. I want them to stop.
Man, that one Kimbo post on their story that you put on your story. Oh my!
It's so
the one
good.
from a couple of days ago. He's in the car
chilling. Yeah. Oh, man, straight. Oh, the moment you said that new Kimbo post. They wake up. New Kimbo post on the story. Just posting. Yeah, that Kimbo post is fucking glorious. Kimbo is just so good. This is a Kimbo household.
You're right, 3 minutes ago.
Man, what are you doing, bro? Man, what the fuck are you doing, dog? Alright, if I can't get Dragon Age running this time, then I'm just gonna play some Metal Gear. This is making me mad.
Sorry, Jen.
I'm feeling
What works well is when you send it to us in a PDF on letterhead, because then we just send the email that says please see attached message regarding youth clinics and from the SDMHU, and
now
that's
it should work.
Yeah,
All
like
means.
anything we can get out today, we need
What
by
can I
3
say, baby?
o'clock.
I'm a fucking genius.
And if we can't, like, really, yeah. It's sad that it's gone live and we haven't told anybody. Like, it seems kind of nutty. Like, then all these other people from all over the province can be booking in, and our kids don't even know about it.
Can't just shoot a hole into Mars.
What?
Very good Doom quote. Oh, that cat jumped.
Oh,
Smart
time to
man
rejoin
bases
the
his
Google Meet.
political beliefs. A smart man bases his political beliefs on his thoughts, but a wise man changes them depending on who they are trolling.
I mean, you don't have to put them all on one.
True.
Like, yeah. Okay.
And the Google Meet is rejoined.
Oh shit!
That's too
I didn't do that. I should probably do that. Well, I mean, I probably should do that, but I'll see how things go.
That was so funny this morning. And Tynan, I entered.
In last frame.
Literally last frame. I joined in, unmuted here. Whoa.
Do you have updated numbers of youth who've been vaccinated? Oh, there we go. 15:06. Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. We'll get started in 1 minute. 1 minute.
It's kind of funny that you can use Task Manager to end itself.
It is a little bit funny.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just while we're on youth vaccination, I know that the ones that go to these special clinics get a dose booked prior to September. How are we going to get all of the 20,000 other ones booked.
All right, folks, so I'm just going to pop open attendance here.
So we're going to be telling 2,000 families to call the provincial booking line to change their appointment.
All right, let's see here. It's a little bit. All right, is Emily here? Emily.
Here.
Anushka. Catherine B.
I'm here.
Wait, I can't remember. Is Discord or Google Meet faster?
Micah.
Like if I say here, which would you hear first?
Kaya.
Because it would be nice to communicate that out to families.
Abby.
Here.
Like next week
Kalia.
sometime.
Here.
What the
Carrie.
steps are.
Marcus.
Here.
Michael.
Bro, that was like photo finish.
Huh.
It was like cute.
Michael.
Brief stutter.
Madison H.
Here.
Evan.
Here.
Maddie J. Belle.
I'm here.
Armand.
Here.
Jenna.
Here.
Katie with an A.
Here.
Stephanie. Steph. Alexis.
Here.
Regan.
Here.
Logan. Anushka, you put up your hand. I got you.
I'm here.
Okay, that's Logan. Okay. Rylan.
Here.
Megan. Adrian. Valentina Jessica Privatera. Lauren Ross.
Here.
Emma Sims.
Here.
KT Kendra.
Just kind of paste that into an email and send it to me after, just so I can send it out to staff. Thanks.
Griff.
I'm here.
Okay, and was that Kendra trying to jump in there too, or let me just flip back here. No, it looks like it was just Griff. Okay. Where are we here? Tian.
Grift?
Grifter? Not grifting?
And Tynan.
Here.
All right.
Which one was
Oh,
it?
it was here.
Yeah.
I think this.
All right. So hopefully you had a chance to
that would make sense.
Get some food in your system. Grab some Pop Darts, craft dinner. I told you that I would give you some time to work on your social issues analysis project. It's coming up very quickly, as I had mentioned. I posted some breakout rooms for those people that are actually in groups.
Don't talk to me unless you're gigavaxxed.
So let's see here. There was a topic there. So I've approved most of the topics. There was one, which is global warming. Someone's going to have to take a closer look at that one. We can chat about it. Or you can come up with what
it's a
other
social
options,
issue.
and I'll just
Global
keep my
warming.
eye on the
What are you,
graphic organizer
cringe?
to approve that
it's
topic.
not a social
but
issue.
just make sure it's a social issue. Most
Global
of you have
warming
chosen a
can't even
topic,
fucking
but
talk,
even
bro.
if you're starting just from a very general search, even the topics that we've covered in the class through the debates, that might be a little bit of inspiration if there's something there in particular that interested you. But also, if you just do a regular Google search with a search string social issues, it will come up with dozens and dozens of examples. And you need to, what I would do is I would comb through those and find something of interest to you.
Inshallah.
And then propose them by entering it into that graphic organizer. And then I'll either give you the green highlight or the red highlight. And if there's any confusion,
He's literally
obviously we
talking
can
to
meet,
one
we can
person.
chat
Only
about
one
it.
person hasn't done
Sometimes
this.
it's hard to just to do it digitally back and forth. But yeah, so if you did choose global warming, please go back and take a look at that again.
The best part is we can all see who chose
We
global
will
warming
be
as well.
checking
Like,
in
he's not
again
like
at
protecting
12:30,
anyone.
at which point I will answer
Just-
any
just
questions
sit-
about your issues
sit.
analysis project, and I will also be talking about your unit test. And I know that you are very excited about your unit test. So. It's not really funny. But before we go into our breakout groups, are there any questions about what we're going to do here?
Who chose global warming? Help.
In the meantime, I will be here. I'm just going to work through that last debate. I will have my camera off and my mic off, but if you have questions, feel free to jump in and ask, okay, guys? Otherwise, I will see you back here at 12:30. Okay? I will see you in a bit.
Okay. Okay. Damn, Marcus, that's crazy.
Oh, holy shit, Tiny, I didn't expect to see you here.
Dude.
What the fuck?
It's actually so synced up, it sounds really funny.
Is that the real Tiny Web?
Yeah, keep scrolling. That was a powerful slam.
Gigavax.
Gigavaxed.
See what happens to school boards, and it'll be private schools for the most part. I think most of the public school boards have pretty much said it's not happening. But when there's a massive outbreak or someone dies after attending a virtual outdoor graduation ceremony, who's going to be on the hook for that? Because who didn't follow what proper provincial order? So I kind of stole Lonnie's "who's going to get sued" mantra.
Yo, 4 pills per day of Truvea? 4 pills per day of Truvea? That's not even... That's not even a COVID medication. That's just... five shots of Synforium? Yo!
Yo, wait, COVID vaccine? What the fuck is that?
4 shots of Moderna, 2 of AstraZeneca, 3 of Pfizer.
I gotta
8 of
Moderna.
8 of Penunk V.
was highlighted
8
red.
shots of.
Is there any examples that would work for
Oh my.
Imagine that. Imagine
So
that.
for
It's just going
examples that would work for
stealing a
global
case
warming?
like Moderna. Thousands of shots, and every
Or you
single
mean
day,
just
put like
examples
8
aside
in
from
yourself.
global
You
warming?
would become like a.
Because you highlighted it
You
red,
can
so
heal people.
I don't know
You
if like
become Jesus.
Yeah. So how are you interpreting global
Or you
warming as
become
a
like a
social
walking
issue?
plague carrier. I don't know which one you'll be.
Yeah, you
but-
turn into one. You either become like a healer class or an actual zombie.
I couldn't think of anything, and I searched
I'm
it up, and it
interested
came
in
up
both.
as a
That
social
runs me
issue,
like
so
my
I would
favorite
go more in
postal.
depth with it and try and figure out how.
It's not that I don't think it can be done.
Mhm.
I think it can be done, but I think it might be a little bit complicated because I think you might get tied up in the issue itself and the science behind the issue itself.
Yeah. No, I see
Like
where you're
you really want to look at sort of the sociological impacts of something, the cultural or the psychological impacts. And I'm not saying they aren't there. I just wonder whether there's going to be enough content for you. And there would be if you would have to get deep into it. And
I
I
was
just
able
wonder
to
whether it would take
intersect
a
an
little
entire
bit more or a lot more work than other topics might.
200 shots.
Yeah, that's
2
fair.
shots
I can
per
think of something
dose.
else.
Okay, well, you're welcome to come back
I've
and
injected
whatever, bounce
myself every
ideas
day,
off of me.
sometimes
That's
multiple
fine.
days. I can't stand the
All right,
symptoms
perfect.
were
Thank you.
terrible at first. There were times I completely paralyzed with pain.
Like the Edvard Munch painting in frozen agony for hours.
I've been vax mixing for almost 4 months now. I feel that I've become greater than human now.
I will continue to administer the injection to the same arm as long as possible. I'm increasing the dosages as much as I can stand and will maintain my journal.
I love at the bottom too. It has the notification source, the World Health. Like, don't do that. You can't tell me what to do, WHO.
Yeah, me. Yeah, It's really good.
I love his arm as well.
Got that mutant arm. I want
So
that.
powerful.
That's the dream.
Are Michael and Nature's just not gonna show?
I guess it's just us. All
That'd be
right.
funny. That's fine. I don't care. I'm playing. Just keep playing Dragon Age until they show up.
Yeah, but it's not me. Yeah. You was shot.
Inshallah.
We stay chilling.
Yep.
Hey, we got until like the 20th second to do this, so we got time. We got time.
I say that's a little bit of time.
Yeah, I got time.
Carrie. Oh, Carrie.
What the carries?
I just thought it was funny that he just now realized he needs to put himself in a group. He's like, no.
Can't do this to me.
I still find it funny that Armand tried to hold you back.
Try to contain my power. It's shameful with that.
Simply no match.
Tried to match the energy, but it backfired. Fucked us over. That would have been a flawless victory. But because of him, they got in one last punch in the end.
Yeah, that round was like 10-7, 10-7, 10-7, 10-7, and then 10-0 for them. Like, oh, why, Armand? Why?
Armand. No.
I mean, it didn't matter. The class is a memory larger than a goldfish, therefore.
That is true. They were just like, oh, like these guys were yelling or whatever. That's cool.
That's why. Hee hee.
Hee hee.
Hee hee. Marcus say blind.
What are you, blind? What are you, retarded? What are you, sickly? Yeah, it's cool and all, Maddie or whatever, but everybody here knows you're nothing but a sickly. Y'all just a bunch. Maybe I should have.
I think you still would have won easily. You
Oh,
would have won more points.
Torlay would have been like, Marcus, I don't think that's very appropriate, and I'd say, Torlay, I simply do not care.
Do you remember when Raven came in and said and asked if he was allowed to use slurs?
Yeah. Listen, it's a base pick.
But my man really just like he could have said swears because that's what he was trying to say, but he said slurs instead.
Yeah, I respect that, honestly. Maybe he did mean slurs. Maybe he was really just gonna start calling the N-word.
He's like, I might slip out. What, Raven, what do you mean? You good, Doc? This ain't Destiny at 2 in the morning. This is different.
It is different.
I remember back in the day when this is a long time ago. Google Meets had awful UI, and what would happen was, oh, shiny Tentacruel. Pog? This is the third shiny on this run. I mean, I guess it's only a matter of time. But anyway, what I was gonna say was, what would happen was you know how like it comes with a notification where it's like, oh, are you talking? Like when you're muted.
Yeah.
It would do that one time, and then it would just unmute you. Because it's like, well, he obviously just wants to talk, so we're just gonna unmute him because he clearly just doesn't notice. Yeah, it was awful.
You fucking bitch! I fucking hate this fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Are you talking?
Are you talking?
Would you like to be unmuted? Would you like to be unmuted?
One follow up about Midland. You had said Sunday. So Sunday.
Okay, what is this?
For a whole range of costs. So did you want me to look Sunday to Thursday still, or did you want me to look Monday to Friday? Because Sunday there's no one at the school.
On the Age of Dragons.
So you're paying $90 an hour for custodial. Yeah.
Hello.
Would bullying work as a topic? Like how bullying affects people?
So yeah, I mean, maybe if you were, it would work.
Okay, I'm leaving. This Torlay meet. He's triggering me. Torlay is making me angry.
Torlay's always making me angry.
Man,
what's he doing now?
He's just talking with other people. He's disrupting my flow. Man, like I have a Master Ball on me, but I don't want to. I'm gonna need it later. I think maybe. This is gonna be the second shiny I run away from this run. God damn it, dude. Unlucky.
Sad. You still doing the no-hit run?
Yeah, and this attempt's like insanely good. Attempt 32. I have 8 gym badges. I got 3 yesterday. Just back to back to back.
Jeez, okay.
Yeah, I'm going through.
Yeah, so I'll just jump in here, Jen. So we had to fill stuff out in the fall, and all of our schools have adequate ventilation. So there's no such thing as inadequate ventilation in a school. So we all have air handling units in schools. They all have a level of filters. Like, this is crap I shouldn't know anything about, right? Like, so they all have a level of filters that are meeting standards that are required from the Ministry of Health and from the Ministry of Labor and from, I don't know who else, everybody. So all of our schools have adequate ventilation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to be open.
It's 50-50. I don't want to use a Master Ball on this thing. I don't think it's worth it. I'm never going to use a Tentacruel. Goodbye, fallen soldier. Damn. Tentacruel's shiny is so cool as well. That's unlucky.
So I can find out how many are, lots and lots of schools, same as Mark mentioned, we have tons of construction happening in a lot of our schools over the summer. A lot of it is about HVAC or air handling units and air ventilation. So I can ask how many of our schools are currently undergoing air ventilation upgrades. I can get that number for you. I've been having to fill out this pulse survey every month, and we've had to fill it out on there for the Ministry of Health, or no, the Ministry of Education. I forget the numbers I've been putting in there every month, but we've got numbers that we can share. So the ask is a big one, just so you know. And so I don't know how long it's going to take to get that. It's a big ask to ask someone to go back and find out what's been happening in our schools since this funding has happened, how much is happening. Like, I don't really understand why Chuck is getting involved in these discussions, but I'll leave it at that. And Lonnie's going to lose his mind if he doesn't unmute and start talking soon.
Man, sickly is just a funny word.
It's a really good word. I love calling people sickly. Bunch of sickly.
Cause it's just like you're ill, like you are.
You are ill in the head, ill in the body, ill in spirit. Like you are. There's something wrong with you on a fundamental level. You are simply sickly.
Sickly.
Bunch of sickly.
Like when you say sickly, I envision like someone like in like a patient's bed, like dying of cancer.
Yeah, like that
like
is
that kind
that's
of
how
sickly. Yeah.
Hi, man. Hi, man. Hi, man.
By
What am I doing? I guess it really is just us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. Haven't paid my taxes. I'm too turned up.
Yeah, why Drake hasn't paid it? Yeah, why hasn't he paid us? That's a good question. Revenue Canada? Question mark. You guys on this?
Please, listen, can't keep getting away with this. That doesn't look very comfortable.
I know.
Wow.
What just happened?
Just sitting in a weird spot.
Wow.
Just in no way comfortable.
Yeah, animals will do that. They'll just sit in uncomfortable positions for no reason.
Yeah, just hiding like a little cubby that. Yeah, you comfortable down there, Maya?
I once saw a dog that were like their back legs were on the stairs, like on the stairs, right? But then their front legs were like on the stair below, so they had like their front legs out and their back legs sitting down. It was the most uncomfortable. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like they don't enjoy it, but they just can't think of a better spot.
Like you could just like move to the side and just lay down like normal.
No. I must sit weirdly. Shit, you know what today is? Ty's first day back.
Yeah, I've just asked if
What's
we
that?
have. Yeah, I've asked
Going
if
back
we
to
have
Staples.
anything at the ready, but I'm not gonna ask someone to do it. Yeah. When you talk about people you're not to upset while working in the school board, facilities is one of those people. Yeah, I would support that, Jen. I think what we're all waiting for with bated breath is the return to school guidance document, and once we have that, then we'll have to meet again. I think you know our secondary plans for September for both boards, and that's just basically all that has to be decided before we walk away for July anyway. Hi, Brian. I'm just on with the health unit right now. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Let me see if I can find the hours. Okay, I will. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, I'm just gonna reset my computer real quick. It's kind of being a. Actually, you know what? I might just go do my workout because I don't think too much
Good
is
point.
happening right now.
Good point.
So,
Is Origin triggering you? I respect it.
yeah, or just being a bitch. I'm like, all right, I might as well just do my work. I don't think Adrian and Michael are joining.
Jen, can I
Hate
ask a
workout.
quick off-the-cuff question?
Okay, I gotta go.
Base workout. All right.
The Midland clinics, what was the time of day for those ones? I know it was Sunday to Thursday. Was it 9 to 5? So was it 9 to 5? 8:30 to 4:30? Can you find that out and let me know later? I just need to know the timing to get you a full quote. don't have Innisdale, but we had a whopping 34 people go to Eastview, and Lonnie had a whopping 23 wherever he was. So we've got Innisdale left, and then we are out. That was yesterday. Innisdale's done. We are officially out of the asymptomatic testing gig until fall. Yeah, so as we had our first COVID case yesterday, and predicting we're going to have another couple of them in the next day or two, my question is, we do have fully vaccinated staff now working in our buildings. So what's the isolation requirements for fully vaccinated individuals? So our staff are considered high-risk contacts when they're not wearing their eye protection. So they're fully vaccinated, took their eye protection off while doing something. They're now a high-risk contact. So that's what I was like. Is that actually true? Okay, thanks. And I think that's going to be the most important thing come the fall, is we need to have that all worked through. I think the whole world's going to change before September, so I'm just thinking about the next, how many days are left when kids are in the building? I lost count, 15 maybe? That's fine. 11 to 6 is, yeah. So, sorry, so 11 to 6, but you would need it probably 10 to 7, right? Yeah,
Lauren had told her friends multiple times that she felt someone had been inside her apartment, and she also started getting an eerie vibe when she came back alone, especially late at night. It was as though she could sense something wasn't right, and she even thought about moving multiple times, but unfortunately never went through with it. The reality was that Stephen McDaniel had stolen a master's key from a security guard and let himself into her apartment and looked around on several occasions. He also started filming her when she would leave and return to her apartment during all hours of the day. Had Lauren been in this situation before, or even knew anyone that had, she may have trusted her intuition and unknowingly saved herself from a tragic fate. But that's the key word: trust. She had no proof of the danger she was in, only conviction, which unfortunately wasn't strong enough when it was most needed. Stephen McDaniel snuck into Lauren's apartment once more, only this time she was sleeping inside. As he crept into her bedroom, she awoke and immediately panicked once she saw the intruder. McDaniel then pounced on top of her and proceeded to strangle her for roughly 15 minutes. Lauren put up a courageous fight and clawed at her attacker's face and chest, but she was eventually overpowered and died of asphyxiation. After the murder, Stephen dismembered Lauren's body in the bathtub with a hacksaw. He cut his victim into 5 pieces, placed each piece in a trash bag, and then disposed of each of them in separate trash cans around campus. 3 days later, Lauren's concerned friends would arrive at her apartment and let themselves in with a spare key. McDaniel would notice from his window and invited himself inside as he offered to help. All of her belongings were still inside, including her cell phone, driver's license, and passport. A missing persons report was filed that night. A search party commenced the next morning, and police would discover the victim's torso at 9:40 a.m. It was placed in a trash can next to the apartment complex. The rest of the victim's remains were never recovered. The investigation was then switched from a missing person to murder. Police canvassed the surrounding area and began conducting interviews with neighbors and classmates, one of whom was Stephen McDaniel. But he was first interviewed by the local news, and at the time was unaware that part of the victim's remains had been discovered.
We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of, I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's why we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
This is most likely a genuine reaction disguised as another. He is most likely feeling a sense of fear and shock over the fact a substantial piece of evidence has been discovered, yet he plays it off as a feeling of sorrow over the loss of his supposed friend.
I don't know anyone that would want to hurt her. She was as nice a person as there is.
Was she moving soon? Did you know anything about her?
Yeah, she was going to be moving out today. Why would anyone do this? Maybe I could have helped. I mean, they went in, we looked around the place. No sign of a struggle, no sign that anyone had broken in, just nothing.
He was interviewed by police at 11:50 a.m. and offered to help in any way he could, yet came across as fidgety and apprehensive the entire time. There were 2 highlighted moments of the interview. The first was when Stephen asserted that he was a virgin, saving himself for marriage. The second was when the detective discovered scratch marks on his face and stomach, which he asserted were done by himself in his sleep. He at that point unknowingly became the prime suspect and was asked if police could search his apartment. Stephen reluctantly accepted and was then transported back to the complex with 4 other investigators. While searching his apartment, they discovered a collection of swords, guns, toilet rolls, stockpiled provisions as if he was expecting an apocalyptic event, and a mask made out of women's underwear. The most significant discovery, however, was a pack of condoms. Stephen was asked why he would have such an item in his possession if he was staying celibate before marriage, at which point he miraculously confessed to stealing them from another apartment. This gave the detectives probable cause for arrest, and Stephen was placed in handcuffs and brought back to the police station. His interrogation began just after 11 p.m.
All right. I just got to ask you a few more questions. You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, all right. You don't have any weapons on you, do you? No. That's just you are. What's wrong? You know Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, put your hands up here, you remember us talking earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came
Okay,
down
I'm
and
just
talked
on
a
with the
little
health
bit and
unit,
then we left?
sorry. I can't talk. I just
The
wanna make sure
monotone dialogue and lifeless demeanor you see here reportedly started on the drive back to the police station, and the suspect's conduct throughout the entire procedure is not only mystifying, but almost impressive. This is one of the most extraordinary pieces of interrogation footage to ever reach the public domain.
I need to know about this girl right here. When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yes.
Okay.
The monotone dialogue and lifeless demeanor you see here reportedly started on the drive back to the police station, and the suspect's conduct throughout the entire procedure is not only mystifying, but almost impressive. This is one of the most extraordinary pieces of interrogation footage to ever reach the public domain.
I need to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay?
The suspect has morphed himself into this abnormal and extremely creepy character. Whether it's a strategy or some sort of mental breakdown is unclear. But what's incredible is that it somewhat dictates the pace of the interrogation. The detective has just closed the distance and commanded eye contact, both of which are recognized techniques to increase psychological pressure. Yet the absurdly haunting manner in which the suspect turns his head and fixes his gaze unnerves the detective to the point where he becomes the one to look away and reset his posture. This essentially never happens in interrogations, as it can give the suspect an incredible boost in confidence.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all were friends, right? Both of
Yes.
y'all are law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
Civil? Is that what you want to do for a living?
Yes.
Okay.
The detective steps back from his initially aggressive strategy. He asks trivial questions for 35 seconds before attempting to ramp up the pressure in a more subtle manner.
And you've lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Have you ever seen her with that dress on?
No.
You have no idea where she's at?
No.
If you can just stay on, Jen, so we can talk about those cases.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Look.
Sorry, we were supposed to do that, weren't we?
Just tell me what happened, brother.
I don't know.
I'll
Where's
call
she
you
at?
as soon as I'm done with
I
Jen.
need you. I'm asking you for your help. I'm a detective, and I'm asking you for your help. Can you help me?
Yes,
I
please.
don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You can't help a friend out?
I don't know
So-
what you need.
I need to know where Lauren's
Yeah,
at.
let's see what you
I
got.
don't know.
Because we're
Do
waiting
you
for
even
one
care
from Huron
that
Park
Lauren
and
can
another one from OSF
Yes.
in the other class.
I mean, I don't know, do you?
So it's gonna
Yes.
shut. Yeah. Yes. No. I was hoping you would have
What's up with the
information.
pair of
Let me see
underwear
if
that
I
was
can
in your
find
apartment?
from yesterday.
It was like a mask. It was it's cut out like a mask, dude. You cut underwear out to look like a mask?
No.
Are you a knife collector or a knife person, or
No.
you just like knives?
I used to collect
so they were both
swords.
just told to me.
I mean, do you know your swords?
Yes.
I mean, to sell and trade swords?
Yeah, so we sent one of our students over
Oh,
the name of the
With
student,
the
so
long
I'd have
hair
to
the
go
last
back
time you
and find
seen
out.
her?
Yes.
Or that's how she
Yes.
looked?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, earlier today, me and you sit here and talk normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
So you don't have any elementary age
Okay.
students in there?
Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Yeah, no problem.
Stephen's demeanor doesn't waver for the first 20 minutes, so the detective eventually takes a more distinctly aggressive approach. He attacks the subject's character to see if it might coax him out of the act and into defending his dignity.
You got your ass on that fucking news and stood out there and gave a media report that her mother saw about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell him that you don't know? Is that what you want me to tell him? Because you're all over the news. You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't fucking know. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck. Right?
No.
Well, why'd you tell the media everything? Do you need to see what you told the media today? It was on 11 o'clock news. Well, I'm
Like, are
asking
we on this? Like,
Tell
investigating
me.
that letter?
I
Like,
want to know.
Where, if we know that there's all these cases at that group home, why?
That ain't what you
what's
told the
happening?
media.
Okay.
You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but we do need to get kids and
I
families
need
of
you
the
to
other
tell
kids
me
in all
what
those
you want me
classes.
to tell
They'll be
her mother.
highly
And then I
contagious.
won't
They
ask
don't
you
wear
another
masks,
thing.
right?
I'm not going to tell her mother that you don't know. Because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she
Okay,
cried
so-
all the way down to Macon.
OSS.
Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything.
They've been informed by
So
the
this little act that you're doing right now ain't working with me.
that they're negative. They're both negative.
So you need to snap out of it and tell me what the hell happened.
Miles are both
So we can
negative.
move
So
on.
is that's not what you're saying? That's what the group home's telling.
How many times you gonna say I don't know? How many times you gonna say it?
Those two are negative according to
Did
the group.
something.
So I'm gonna have to look up the class list because it's giving me. So it's SAUVE. Yeah, but it's not the class list you have because it's the other class. Oh. So the last name is SAUVE hyphen
That you
Snow.
regret. You need to let me know.
So the group home is saying he is negative.
Well, who did?
I don't know.
Whether it was planned or not, the second detective enters the room with a similar strategy of immediate aggression. Rapport development seems to have been collectively thrown by the wayside.
What's up, buddy? Did you talk to him about his guns?
Yeah.
When was the last time you shot those guns?
I haven't.
You've never shot a gun?
No.
Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life?
No.
Never.
No.
So you bought 3 guns that you've never shot?
Yes.
Why?
To have.
For what?
To have.
For what? I'm asking for what? Why do you want to have them? What makes, did they give you, I mean, tell me why it's important to you to have 3 guns. That's an easy question. Come on, talk to me, buddy. Me and you talked all day today. We ain't had a problem communicating. Why is it important for you to have 3 guns? Do you not know?
No.
You say you don't know where Lauren is, right?
Right.
You told me earlier you and Lauren were friends, right?
Yes.
How would you describe y'all's relationship?
She was my friend.
She was your friend. What did you ever do things for her? Did she ever do things for you? What did she ever do for you?
We talked.
We talked. What y'all talk about?
News.
The news. Okay. How many times have you been in her apartment with her hanging out?
I don't know.
You don't know? If you had to guess, what would you, I mean, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, what?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2? See, if I had only been somewhere twice, I could remember that. If I had been there over 50 times and you asked me how many times I've been, like, I don't know, a lot. But the fact that you've only been there twice, when I say how many times you've been there, you say you don't know, that's just odd to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
That does make sense. So what I'm saying right now makes sense.
His last name is Guhmann-Engel. Guhmann-Engel. First name Miles.
Lauren's missing.
M-I-L-E-S.
Negative. Pretty little girl right here. Your neighbor.
Okay. So maybe we won't have any more at OSS.
She's
then.
missing.
We're just waiting.
Much like Detective 1, Detective 2 now valiantly moves in for the psychological charge. He closes the distance and locks eye contact. His physical demeanor, alongside a prolonged gaze, will hopefully crack the suspect's fortified barrier. Once broken, the momentum will commence and the suspect will be more likely to divulge incriminating information. All the detective has to do is maintain eye contact for longer than his adversary. It's a psychological battle of attrition between 2 opposing forces, and these moments can sometimes last for minutes on end.
We just know. So,
I know.
I mean, gosh, I don't even know the name.
Me and you both know it's no different than when you was a little kid, right? And you reached in that cookie jar and you got caught after your mama told you not to get that cookie. And she was, did you get a cookie? No. And whenever you tell a lie, you feel bad about it right then. One, with every lie, there's a chance you're gonna get caught.
Okay, all right, thanks a lot.
And that
All right.
weighs on
Have a
you.
great.
Because you know you did something bad.
That I'm aware
You
of.
alright?
Yeah.
I didn't do it.
You didn't take the cookie?
No.
You smell like you've been cleaning up, like you've been using cleaner to clean up. I know what that smells like. My wife smells like that all the time when she cleans the house.
Yeah, they always attend.
You've been using some kind of cleaner to clean up your apartment, hadn't you?
No.
They don't have staff in the day.
Steven, you telling me you live like a maid?
Okay,
How does your
thank you.
apartment get cleaned?
Okay, we cannot keep doing this. This is tilting me so much because I can't focus on my work at all. I know, but I didn't realize that I couldn't even listen to Mr. Torley. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was that bad. Yep.
When was the last time you cleaned it, Steven?
I don't remember.
Was it this week?
No.
You mean you go a whole week?
Okay. We should be ready. We should be ready. Just checking, make sure all the stats are the same. Okay. So Flareon we take out with a Shadow Sneak. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do it. It's basically a battle on set mode. First one down. This one has the Espeon. It also is down at a single poison jab. Bum, 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 bum. Flareon time. Alright. The only reason that we actually grinded till 89 is because this Flareon has quick attack, but also Will-O-Wisp. So basically, we need to Shadow Sneak. And at level 89, only then will the Shadow Sneak one-shot. Only then. Bump-a-dum, 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 bump-a-dum. Excellent fighting spirit. This Jolteon does not have quick attack, right? Double team Thunder Wave? No, it doesn't. So you just poison jab it. Vaporeon. This goes down to a sucker punch. And it landed. The only thing it can do is it can do nothing actually. It has to attack. We did it. We did it, boys. I'll take a pass on that one, coach. What's next? It's a little bit of an odd place to fly to. Now I'm just kind of curious why he even does this. Oh, do you have to do the Ho-Oh event before?
On the stairs. Have perfect at a bomb. Without
Did she just run away? Yeah, he does. That's smart. Okay. Where to catch? Watch this guy's awesome Let's Play, guys.
Hey, supposed to see that. Look at 4 misses. We're really pretty making our way to the bell tower, not just because of
Okay, I'm not playing.
Some crazy or mystery, which it is. Are we gonna be able to? How are you? And okay, this looks like we just gotta head upwards. So it's right, pretty cool. Let's see what's going on down here. There's a little one down. Let's go down. I'm pretty sure.
I saw it, I didn't react fast enough. I should have been able to react to that.
Okay, I didn't know that they could do that if you were running. I thought it was on a consistent spin, but that's okay. Pikachu and a Blastoise. Yeah, Shadow Sneak will take out this Pikachu. Blastoise doesn't learn any priority moves. Right? No, it doesn't. This is the guy with the victory. Okay. We only rated it to 1, which is pretty solid if you ask me. What do you know? We just fought a Flareon. Victory Bell, Flareon. The only thing I'm worried about is the Kingler, right? I'm guessing Kingler 36. Doesn't have any rude moves. Not faster than me. Timid, hyper cutter. Parasect, Leech Life, Spore, / Swords Dance. Dry Skin, he's bold. Then we have Vaporeon with Quick Attack, Sand Attack, Surf, and Bite. That Vaporeon may be an issue. Vaporeon should go down to a Shadow Sneak. Should be free. I did the calcs, by the way. It's free. It kills. I shouldn't use language like that. Make it look like I'm risking the run on it. Something I'm not. I ain't risking no run. Rapidash and then Flaffy, Flash Fire, Static. Man, when that static comes up, my heart sank a little bit, but only trainers with late badges may pass through here. Okay, dude. Okay. We're gonna save it there for now. Go on lunch, come back, see if we can take on gold. I mean silver. Or no, I guess his name's 32. Okay. Okay, so the teams are identical now. Quick attack, icy wind, swipes. So is that Meganium? Okay. Sneasel. Okay, so it. This should work. Yup. Nothing weird on abilities, right? Inner focus toward left. I didn't see anything weird. Kadabra?
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you. And you can just call me back when you're done, then we can chat more. Yeah. No worries. Bye.
Why did I click sand? Did I throw? Why did I click stand? Why did I... Okay, the best course of action is to switch to Graveler. I threw super hard here though. Like this is run ending. Actually run ending. So lucky. So lucky. Why did I... Like, I don't understand. All that bad looking Vorthor flips coming back. Coming back to help us out. But I need to be way more careful with... That was not acceptable. True. 5 trainers to go. The Zatu is me first. If the target has not made its move this turn, but has selected a damage dealing move, me first copies that move, preemptively increasing its power by the user tries to cut ahead of the foe to steal and use the foe's intended power with greater power. Me first gives your Pokemon priority. You need to go first too, like someone else pointed out. It's not a priority move. If you do not go move first, the action fails. So you don't get everywhere I find, there's me first doesn't have priority. So I don't think this is an issue. It should just be a Haunter sweep this fight. Sawtooth. 40. Okay, Shadow Ball. What? Jinx. Shadow Ball works for that as well. Ice Punch Psychic, Reflect, Egg Bomb Psychic. Synchronize, Oblivion, Chlorophyll, Own Tempo, Early Bird. What is early? It wakes you up early. Okay. So Will goes down to Hunter. Let's bring up notes. Koga. Can you handle an Ariados? No, you can't. Fortress has sturdy, swift. It's a good fortress option. Bug steel. Only weak to. What do we just hit with our hardest hitting? I guess that's the answer, right? Just as hard as hitting as possible. It's got bad special defense, so I guess Haunter. It's gentle as well. This thing's gonna be annoying. Yeah, that's the best option I see. I mean, we could try Ariados. What's Ariados have? But something tells me that's not the way to go. It is not. In fact, there's literally nothing Ariados does in this fortress. Okay, that's fine. Oh, this Crobat is quick attack. And a defensive Black's nature. Okay, so it looks like Ariados might be coming after all. It's Lax. What does it do? Double teams with weak attacks with Poison Fangs. It could double team. And that would be bad. Oh, no, wait, it's Haunter. We don't have to worry about the quick attack. This Pokemon from flinching. Okay, that is all at Koga. Ariados goes down to Graveler. Fortress goes down to Choice Specs Haunter. Muck goes down to Earthquake Graveler. Crobat goes down to Choice Specs. Okay. Bruno. Right off the bat, we got Quick Attack from Hitmontop. But Haunter, actually, there's nothing this Hitmontop can do to Haunter. Can dig, and what is Triple Kick? 25 Shadow Sneak. You okay? Vial plume. Who here can handle a vial plume? Pretty Boy's a cheerleader, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. He's 100% a cheerleader. Gengar has Lick, Spite, Focus Blast, and Destiny Bond? Okay, no Shadow Ball. Destiny Bond isn't brighter. No, it's not. Ah, this Murkrow has Sucker Punch. He also has Whirlwind. Oh, this is a Renender, huh? There's no playing around Whirlwind Sucker Punch. Okay. Time to find where I can get Ice Shard. Ice Shard. In Dugong and Sveel.
Hi, Doug. So I'm hoping the other two get this. I've been communicating with them, but I haven't heard from them in a while, so. Nice. Those are nice. How did the staff assessments go? And did you confirm just the 2 students in that class? Okay. Yeah, that's the them wearing PPE is irrelevant. Chris, did you confirm that all the kids on that list actually attend in person that I sent you? I emailed it to you. Not present on both days? Okay, so that's fine. Oh, I'll just take him off. At least one of those days. Okay, so like I said, the only thing you have to do is the staff assessment. Have you had a chance to talk to your staff yet? Right. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm not sure if John's gonna jump on or not, so I just wanted to, if I could talk to you as a group, it might be a little bit easier. So as I mentioned on the phone, there's an outbreak at the behavior, so they have 8 to 10 cases at the behavior, so it's impacted our schools quite significantly. We are, yeah. will happen, probably not until later this evening, is you look at a letter from the health unit that has to go out to all of the students who are in attendance in the class. My recommendation is actually call those families. You got one call to make, Greg. Sorry, Doug. You got one call to make, and Chris has, I think, 4. Oh, there's John. Good. Hi, John. Hi, John. Thanks for jumping on. Yeah. You do not need to call him yet. So just the other, I think 4, is it? 3 others, yeah. So just the other 3 others. So just let them know that a letter will follow via email, but that there has been a positive case in the school and that their child is considered to be a high-risk contact. So then when the letters come, which I imagine will be sometime tonight, the letter goes out to only the kids in the class. I know, Doug, you have another life skills class, correct? 2 others. But Chris and John, do you have any other students in the building other than the ones from his class? No, okay. Okay. So there'll be a letter, Doug, that has to go out to all of the students in the other class, just informing them that there was a positive case in the school. And then for all 3 of you, there'll be a letter that goes to only staff who were in person in the school. Okay? So not to your whole staff, just to those who were in person in the school. Those 2 days, yeah. So if you need the FOB report, I can get the FOB report for you. If you don't know, yeah. Yeah, you can't. And then the other thing I would say is when you get the FOB report, though, don't worry about any of the facilities people. They notify themselves. You just need to notify your teaching and EA, etc. staff. So John, have you worked through the self-assessment with the staff yet, or no? Not yet. Okay. Yep. Okay. So because these classrooms are now quote unquote closed because the students will not be in attendance. John, did you mention how many did you have any high-risk contacts in the staff? No? Okay, that's perfect. None of you did. That's great. So if you can just inform them that they can, they still have to program for their students, as they can. They can't program very well for them, or they would have been doing that, virtually already. But they don't need to be in person, so they could be working from home unless you need them for something else. So I don't know, maybe they need them for something else, but otherwise they could start working at home now. Okay. I know, Doug, it might not work that well for those that have to go in and out of different classrooms, but that's sort of they don't have to come in the building and sit there if there's no kids and they can do the job from home. It goes through school messenger. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Here we go.
Oh, thank you, Lilith.
It's not urgent to get those up. It's more, we want to just make sure we inform the staff. And this will shut them down. I think it shuts them down till the 23rd. So we'll be off for quite a while. Okay? Because I do all that for you guys. Okay. Yeah, so that's a good point, Chris. Thanks for bringing that up. So the positive case is actually only self-isolate for 10 days, and the high-risk contacts self-isolate for 14 days. So it could be an earlier return date for the student. Yeah, so staff will be back for that student returning. And Doug, I don't know why they didn't call you. They called John and they called Chris, but they never called you guys. It's a total surprise for you. So I don't understand that at all. Because you came out of It's too bad because, like I said, yours might be yours. Okay, and then as far as busing goes, we gathered the bus driver information, and none of you have any bus kids that aren't in the class, or if they ran alone on the bus, so it's all good there. So. It's all been taken care of, yeah. So the only people who haven't, the only bus thing that hasn't been notified, and you may want to reach out to Doug Paul, is if, because now the rest of the kids aren't coming, that transportation knows that they don't need to, like I know, like yesterday there was a kid that the bus goes all the way out to Bradford to pick up the kid and bring him into Aurora. So
Okay.
if you want to just email Doug Paul or John Bravado and just indicate which buses won't need to be running next week. So yeah. Okie doke. All right, thanks. I will be communicating via email once I get the letters, and I'll ask for that Bob report for you, Doug, okay? All right, thanks everyone. Bye.
Level 10 Seville. Here we go. Level 10 Seville. Cannot hit me at all because it doesn't have Icy Wind. Only has Headbutt, Growl, and Water Sport. One, two, three. Caught the seal. He's the sink. She's the chance. Alright. That problem is solved. And it's piss of bad nature.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like I messed up with the whole thing, but yeah. So all three schools none of them have staff virus contact, so everything else should be uploaded. I know Josh was working on the driver information. There's no bus list uploaded because they either ride the bus alone or they ride it with the kids in the class. So you will see 3 driver information, so the bus list. This is weird, but that's why, because there's additional students. Okay, and other than that, yeah, that's going out. I got that to.
So it has over 20 attack. Okay.
So, other than letters, no, I think you should have everything, so if you're missing anything, let me know. Letters. Okay, thank you. Okay. This? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
I kinda want to go back and see if I can get another one that doesn't have like this bad of attack. Kinda want to go back.
put out clean them?
Yes.
Why? That's horrible, Steven. I don't know how else to say it, Steven. Let me tell you what I think. I think that she was a friend of yours. Look at her right here. I think that she was a friend of yours. And I think something happened, Steven. You used to watch her come in and out of her apartment, didn't you?
No.
Well, how y'all doing?
We're just talking. See that pretty girl right there?
Yes.
You telling me you looked at a pretty girl like that and you never once thought, ever, man, she looks good. You never thought that?
I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? You know how when you're sitting there, you see a girl walking down the road? Then you say, man, that girl looks good. You ever see a good-looking girl down the road, you think to yourself, man, that girl looks good?
Yes.
You never thought that about her?
Yes.
So you mean to tell me you look at porn on the internet and get off to that, but you never looked at her and said, man, I wonder what it'd be like to have sex with her?
Yes.
You have?
No.
Steven, this is hard, buddy. I know this is hard. And I can tell it's on you. You want to let it go. There's blood in your apartment, Steven. You didn't get it all up.
This is the widely recognized futility technique, which is used to make the subject believe it is useless to resist due to the overwhelming evidence against them. It's most effective when the interrogator can play on doubts that already exist in the subject's mind. The only problem here is that Steven didn't dismember Lauren inside his apartment. It all happened in Lauren's apartment, so the detective's bluff is already called at this point.
It didn't all come off. You scrubbed and you wiped. But we can tell that. Don't you watch CSI? Yeah, we know it. Steven, why is there blood in your bathroom?
The detective now completely shifts his strategy from confrontational and aggressive to sympathetic and understanding. He attempts to create a connection and then afford Steven a more socially acceptable reason for the crime. This is extremely difficult to pull off after a direct confrontation, as there is no established rapport nor trust. The usual routine is the exact opposite. You would first build rapport and then get aggressive once a connection has been attained.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. I wanted to be here with you to go through that process because I know you're not a monster, man. I know you're not a bad guy. You're just a hard-working student trying to pass a bar examination. You ain't got a lot of support from your family, do you?
Yes.
You do?
The strategy fails at the first hurdle. Steven immediately shuts down the afforded sympathy and reasoning behind the alleged crime, which was the concept of unsupportive parents. But the detective now attempts to roll with it.
A lot of people can't say that. And the fact that you do have support from your family should make things easier. Because your family wants to feel like they've raised somebody that tells the truth and is honest, right?
Yes.
Did you hurt that girl, Steven?
No.
Have you ever hurt anyone, Steven?
No.
You've never hurt anyone.
No.
I've hurt people, Steven. I've made mistakes in my life. It's not even normal to say you've never hurt anybody. Sometimes people get mad and they say things they don't mean to say. It hurts. You never kicked a dog or a cat?
The lead detective then asks non-confrontational questions for almost 30 minutes, which is most likely to see if it will change the suspect's demeanor and the manner in which he responds. But it doesn't. Steven maintains the same lifeless disposition which he has now kept up for almost 90 minutes.
You know what's crazy? I was talking to people that he works with and everything. They talk about how he always expresses himself.
He don't know.
He's very talkative. Steven, they say you're so talkative, buddy. That you always so friendly, you stop in and say hello, and you talk. Why is it that you're acting so short with us tonight? If you have all this character and personality about you, why is it that everything that we get from you is yes, no, or I don't know? Why are you acting like this, Stephen? You see how I'm able to talk in complete sentences? Like we're having a conversation, but the only thing you're bringing to the table is a yes, no, or I don't know. Stephen, did you hurt that girl?
No.
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes.
Have you lied to me at all in this interview?
No.
Yes, you have, Stephen. When was the last time you did laundry?
A few weeks ago.
You ain't washed clothes in a few weeks?
Yeah.
Why?
I have a lot of clothes.
No, you don't. That's another lie. You don't have a lot of clothes.
Yes, I do.
Nope. You got enough underwear to last you 3 weeks?
Yes.
Do you wear the same pair of underwear more than one day?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's still clean enough to wear.
Where's that little girl, Stephen? Stephen, you know. You're going to look at this right here, this little girl right here, and you're going to say you don't know? I know you know. Yes, you know. What are you going to say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? What are you going to say to me then? Because you know, like I go like that. Look at my hair. That's how easy it falls out. Look at all that on your head. You don't think none fell out? It did. We just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. So you didn't look like a monster at the end. Because you know what? I don't believe that you're a monster, Stephen. I believe that you're a good guy. You've been picked on. Girls didn't show you the respect that you deserved. You did something stupid. And I believe you feel bad about it. And that's why you're all freaked out right now. But I'm giving you the opportunity to get right. I'm giving you an opportunity.
He's
to show
given him an
everybody you're not a
opportunity.
monster. If you feel bad about what happened. Your hair's there, man. Your hair is there. That's right, buddy. See that? Look at it. See how easy? See this stuff right here, your hair? Yeah, it fell out of your head when you was moving the body, Stephen. That's right. You remember moving the body?
No.
Yes, you do, Stephen. Why, man? Why? Tell me, bud.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did, Stephen. We want you to tell it so that way people will understand you're not a monster. Things just, you got out of control. It's a sickness. Why'd you do it, Stephen?
I just want to get like one or two more.
Why are you going to keep telling that?
Hey, there you go.
You hurt that girl.
Just as I was
Yes, you
saying
did,
it.
Stephen. You hurt her, man. She was screaming. Screaming, Stephen. Why? And I know you feel bad about it. I can see it in your face. What came over you, man? What happened, Stephen?
Alright, we'll go for one more.
I know you don't know. You couldn't control it, could you?
I didn't do it.
Stephen! They steal your hair and take it over there? They didn't, did they? That's right. It's all sinking in right now. He knows, is what you're thinking. Stephen, I don't want it to be a game between me and you. I know it hurts, and I know you're not an awful person, and you want to tell it. Your hair was there, Stephen. We've all known it all along. We wanted just to give you an opportunity to tell what happened. Did y'all have sex?
No.
Did you try to have sex?
No.
Think about having sex?
No.
Liar. kind of man doesn't think about having sex? You said earlier you like girls, right?
Yes.
You said she's a pretty girl, right?
Yes.
What'd you do to her, Stephen?
I didn't do anything.
You're lying. You hurt that girl.
No, I didn't.
Sure it did. And that's why you're having this massive meltdown right now.
The detective quite literally repeats the phrase, "You hurt that girl," to which Stephen responds, "No, I didn't," and this goes on for the best part of 20 minutes. Perhaps the detective's strategy was to induce mental exhaustion, yet it had no effect whatsoever.
Why did you hurt that girl?
I didn't.
Why'd you hurt her, Stephen?
I didn't.
You hurt her, Stephen.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Take this from me. You don't deserve to look at it. Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate all your cooperation tonight, okay?
Okay.
Alright, we're getting ready to go. I just need to discuss a few more things with you.
The lead detective now abandons the pursuit of any sort of admission. He instead proceeds to belittle and humiliate the suspect as much as possible. It may have a tactical purpose, but it's more likely out of frustration, alongside the fact he is certain of the suspect's culpability.
Where I know earlier today you told me you stayed home all weekend, right? In your apartment.
Yes.
Did anybody see you? Did you talk to anybody over the weekend? Were you on your computer all weekend? Is there anything I can look at that I can say?
Okay, we got 3 seals here.
He couldn't be involved.
This one's bold nature, not using that. This one's mild nature. Hey, here we go, we have an actual good one.
He was online doing college work or anything.
Glad we stayed for that last one. Hydration.
Involved altogether. I mean, did anybody see you this weekend at the house? Did you go out to get a newspaper? Did you wave to a neighbor, or you just locked yourself in all week?
Yes.
Nobody saw you?
No.
I mean, what do you just stay in the house all day?
Yes.
I mean, what do you do all day in the house? I mean, you've always done that your whole life? You don't have no friends? How can you go your whole life without a friend?
I have friends.
Where they at? Where they at? You have any friends here in Macon?
Yes.
Name one, because everybody I talked to said they ain't your friend.
Ryan Granger, Cass Lawson, Ashley Morehouse, Colin Love.
That's the same people I talked to today, and they're not your friend. Okay?
One of the reasons interrogations are so fascinating is the ethical vacuum it creates for everyone inside its bubble. In any other circumstance, the detective's behavior here would be considered cruel and reprehensible. He's essentially bullying the suspect, yet the empathy we would normally have is now stripped away through the impression of retribution. We know this person has done something horrific, and the treatment he is now receiving is merited through his own actions.
They're not your friend. It's all over anyways. I just want to know what was going on tonight. Game's over. I mean, we know what you did there, so we just want to know what you, if you went further
I'll
or not.
definitely know before that, but
That's what you said. So we know different. So you're fucked either way.
that would make sense.
We already know. We know you killed her. We know you put her body in the trash can. News media knows it. Glenda knows it, your mother. Your sister knows it. Your sister's husband knows it. The one that used to beat your sister. He knows it. You know what he said? He's a crazy motherfucker, is what he said.
That's the same day, so I've got to have it by 6:30, right?
Yeah, he is
What's
running.
your own family calling you crazy? Nobody wants to see you.
5?
If I was coming
5:30.
5:30, yeah, so if we, the stupid meeting should be over by
So you can
3.
sit there with that dumb look on your
Worst
face.
case scenario will be
It was over.
The entire interrogation took over 2 hours. When sped up by 20,000%, you truly get a glimpse of how remarkable the suspect's catatonic performance was. The suspect sped up by 20,000%, you truly get a glimpse of how remarkable the suspect's catatonic performance was.
Oh, yeah, it's a different character, but Lincoln lawyer's kind of neat, yeah. Yuri Bosch makes an appearance. Oh, is that right? Oh, good. I like Yuri Bosch.
His mother came to speak with him soon after this moment, and although he maintained his innocence, he immediately snapped out of the zombie-like character. It's difficult to interpret the reasoning behind the performance, whether it was a pre-planned strategy, improvised in the moment, or some type of psychological breakdown is unclear. But whatever it was, it evidently seemed to work, as the interrogators got nothing. The suspect's behavior was so abnormal, they were essentially at a loss with what to do, or where to even start with a specific plan of attack. The evidence, however, was irrefutable. Hundreds of pictures of Lauren were discovered on Stephen's flash drive, along with multiple video recordings of inside her apartment. A hacksaw was found in a supply closet of the apartment complex, and it was marked red with what was later identified as Lauren's blood through DNA testing. The packaging for the exact same hacksaw was found in Stephen's apartment. When confronted with the evidence, he took a plea deal to avoid the death penalty and was rendered a life sentence without the possibility of parole. He is currently being held at the high-security Hancock State Prison in Sparta, Georgia. One of the more discussed elements to the present day is the motive behind the crime. What was the reasoning behind Stephen's actions that night? He asserts that murder was never his intention, but simply the result of momentary panic and confusion, all preceded by the foolish decision to break into an apartment, which stemmed from a potent yet harmless infatuation with a girl he found attractive. He essentially tried to make out that his behavior was devious and calculating, but not evil or perverted. Public opinion on the matter varies, yet the general consensus is that the murder was premeditated, mainly due to the fact that he had bought the hacksaw just days prior to the murder. A popular psychological viewpoint takes us back to the personality of a stalker. Lauren was set to move out the very same day she was murdered, which brings some to believe that Stephen was terrified by the notion of change, that the person he had been infatuated with and fantasized over for so long was no longer going to be a part of his life. And no matter how obscure and unreciprocated their association was, he couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Rather than Lauren going on to live the promising life that lay ahead of her and leaving Stephen behind as a forgotten memory, he has now in some abstract manner connected them both forever.
Good to be back. Hope you're doing well. This is the 6th and final installment of...
Oh, they just, one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing.
World War Complex. A pathway to equitable math instruction, dismantling racism and mathematics instruction. Exercises for educators to reflect on their own biases to transform their instructional practice. While primarily for math educators, this text advocates for a collective approach to dismantling white supremacy. The school-wide approach ensures that anti-racist work is not left alone to one individual, i.e. a math teacher or the director of equity, but to enlist the support and voice of all stakeholders in the school ecosystem. Jesus. Critical praxis. Deconstructing racism in mathematics instruction. terms used in the engagement section of this resource are ideas presented in the Dismantling Racism Workbook, notebook grounded on the work of Jones and Alcoon. It is important to read this article first to fully understand the terms that are identified as characteristics of white supremacy culture and organization. This is really cringe. I feel like this is really cringe. Okay. Dismantling white supremacy culture in math classrooms. These concepts that perpetuate white supremacy culture, create and sustain institutional systemic barriers to equity for Black, Latinx. Oh man. Okay. Let me just. Okay, we can do this. Okay, just chill. In order to embody anti-racist math education, teachers must engage in critical praxis that interrogates the ways in which they perpetuate white supremacy culture in their own classrooms and develop a path towards anti-racist. Man, I hate that term. I hate that term. It's such a bad term. Oh God, it's such a bad term. Use culturally relevant, anti-racist pedagogy practices and curriculum, cultivate mathematical identities so that everyone can see themselves as mathematicians, design homework policies that are responsive to the lives of students of color in order to support their learning needs. What is this? Hold on. Recognize and name the mathematical strengths of students of color and teach them to recognize the strengths in themselves and others. Intentionally integrate physical movements in math classes. This is where, like, fuck. Okay, fuck. I might be booming. I might be booming right now. Okay. So it is of my opinion. I truly felt like, and maybe this is the way of the past, I thought that Black people had brains that were like pretty similar to white people. I thought that, like, when it comes to stuff like math, like the axioms upon which math are built and the way that we compute shit, is about the same. I don't think there's like a big difference between Black people and white people brains. I'm sorry, like, I'm getting the idea that, like, you have a whole, like, 7 white old guys from Get Out are in a room, and it's like, I think if Black people did, like, African tribal dances while doing, like, basic addition and subtraction, I think that would really synergize with, like, their ethnic roots. Like, I don't know. Fuck. I might just be booming hard. I might just be booming hard when I read stuff like this. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, maybe I'm just booming. Center ethno-mathematics. Recognize the ways that communities of color engage in mathematics and problem solving in their everyday lives. I feel like this is like the scene in The Wire where he's like, okay, well, let's say that a crackhead buys 2, like, whatever from you. Like, what's the count? Teach that mathematics can help solve problems affecting students, communities. Model the use of math as a solution to their immediate problems, needs, or desires. Like, am I booming right now? Identify and challenge the ways that math is used to uphold capitalist, imperialist, and racist views. Teach the value of math as both an abstract concept. Expose students to examples of people who have used math as resistance. I feel like there are. One thing that I do appreciate is I think it's cool or nice when there are crossovers between different disciplines. So I wouldn't take issue with this, right? Like, you're in the middle of a math class and maybe you learn something like, oh, well, historically, like, this event happened, and you remember it from, like, a history class. I actually think those types of, like, cross-disciplinary moments in, like, high school and grade school, I think that those are actually, like, really positive. I think that's okay. But man. Rely on teamwork and collaboration as much as possible. Teach mathematics through project-based learning and other engaging approaches. Support students to reclaim their mathematical ancestry. Expose students to mathematicians of color, particularly women of color and queer mathematicians of color, both through historical examples and by... I feel like... I'm trying to think, I don't know if I learned about, like... Except for, like, really late in calc, do you ever learn about, like, the actual mathematicians? I don't think anything through algebra, pre-calc, calc 1 or 2. I guess, like, some equations can be named after people. Or, like, the Pythagorean theorem. I'm trying to remember in any of my math classes... Gaussian? I think we maybe learned a little bit about that guy. I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of the theorems are named. Which is, I guess it's kind of cool. This isn't actually really like a bad thing. Learning about like mathematicians of color, that's not really a bad thing. That's me booming a little bit. That's fine. Each month you will complete a set of exercises as outlined in the calendar. You will engage in a 5-step cycle as follows. Engage with the ways that white supremacy culture shows up in math classrooms. Reflect on your current classroom practices to identify the ways in which they perpetuate white supremacy culture. I feel like this is I feel like if I was PragerU, this is like a gold mine of like fucking quotes. People keep saying anti-racism, and I haven't learned at all about that. I don't know what the fuck anti-racism is. I mean, you didn't attend the phrenology math class. Yeah.
I have some insider knowledge as to how this sheet was made.
About, yeah, go for it.
So I went to a very not black high school. I was one of 9 black students in my graduating class, which meant I got invited to a lot of diversity meetings and shit, where they tried to figure out how to make the school more accepting to black students. And how these things end up getting made is it's a bunch, you were correct, it's a bunch of white boomers in a room that are really scared of being racist. And so they think, well, how do we not be racist? And they find like the wokest undergrads that they possibly can.
I mean, like, the problem is that it's like the way that these are written, and again, I might be booming, but it just sounds like black people are kind of like animals, and it's like, well, if we run them around, yeah, it's like really weird. Yeah. I could totally understand like this framework when it comes to things like history and stuff, for sure. There's a lot that gets overlooked, but a lot of this is like very much like black brains don't learn like white brains do, so we need to like appeal to them on like a different level. It's like, I don't know, I'm not sure. It just comes off as really weird to me. I don't know.
Okay, so we actually do end up using everyone except Natu, because Natu's kind of useless. Natu's... he's a mascot, okay? He's a mascot of the run. I'm not gonna end up using him. But, you know, he's a flyer, so, you know, he can fly for us.
Fogasta seems to disagree, and he probably knows more math than anybody else in my chat, so... I'll take that for what it's worth.
How many Haunter Shadow Balls do we use?
And then I know you're done talking about
One,
this, but
2.
speaking as the,
Oh, wait,
the
1, 2, 3,
Zoomer
4,
expert,
5.
all right, I was in high school
6.
3 years ago.
7.
And a push.
8, 9, 10,
They rushed
11,
through the entire second half of the 20th century
12,
in like 3 weeks, and
13,
it's during
14,
the time when you're
15.
studying for exams.
Yeah.
So you learn nothing.
I wonder
like
if,
the Korean War was a bullet point.
Yeah, that's what I remember. We would get like, because I feel like we might have gone over, but it was literally like one paragraph. This is gonna sound really stupid, and I hope that it's not this stupid, but I wonder if like a lot of history curriculums have been written and just slightly updated, but the curriculums are like 60 years old, so they just haven't added anything that's happened past like 1964. I don't know that. Like, I would hope that's
what
not
it
the
feels
case,
like.
but yeah.
Everything that I learned about anything after MLK was from an elective class that like 10 people took.
Mhm.
And that was the only education that I got as to anything past MLK.
Yeah. Destiny, try to look past the undeniable cringe parts of this document, give it more trouble reading. Incorporate movements a pretty fucking far stretch from black brains need movement more than white brains to learn. Devin put it well, one of the big issues is the more traditional rigidity of the learning environments, which is particularly problematic in math. Okay, now Kogasa, I 1,000,000,000,000% no, I agree with you there. And this is part of the reasons why I liked some of the, people called it Common Core math, but some of the like newer ways of teaching math, I'm super in favor of that. And even when you talk about like movement and everything, like I'm okay with that too. I think that math education, if you have a brain for whatever reason that's kind of wired for math, I think that you're gonna do okay. But oh my God, if you do not have a brain that's wired for math, you are fucked, because teachers for math are horrible in school. It is so bad. You will not get an intuitive grasp conceptually of anything having to do with even arithmetic in school because of how teachers teach it. You'll memorize times tables, and like math. I don't think that you can get far in math with rote memorization, because you have to understand the concepts. And then like even people's abilities to do mental math, I think, are really fucked because they just don't understand the concepts because they were given stuff to memorize. I agree with you there. All
right. Okay. That's it for today. Look how far we've made it. We have a lot of grinding ahead of us. We're talking. Let's look this up. How many total levels are we talking? I think it's a lot of total levels. So we need Graveler to, like, let's just look this up real quick. It's like pretty insane if I remember. So Graveler needs 5 levels. So here on needs 5. Bye, Grandma. Haunter needs 12. Dugon needs like 50. So Graveler needs 5 levels, Haunter needs 12 levels, Ariados needs 3 levels, Heracross needs 7 levels, and Dugong needs upwards of 55. I wrote 55-ish levels, because we're going to need to IV train it as well. Yes, please. So we're probably going to do that on another date. That day is not today, because that's a lot of levels, especially for Dugong. We're essentially raising another after. In 2 days we did Graveler, right? So I mean, it'll probably be like about a day. We're looking at probably 3 days, 3 like days of grinding, maybe maybe only 2. Depends how hard those days are, right? I have math, so I should get like solid days in. Okay. Okay, that's cool. We did it. We're going to save a state. Not load a state, we're saving a state right there. Slot number 4. Then we're going to save again. Boop. Okay, we've saved this dock again. Level 55-ish. Haunter definitely needs the most grinding. Ariados will be a surprising amount of grinding because it'll be 90 to 95, which is a pretty big jump. I think it's crazy. We need such a diverse team to take this thing out. Like we're gonna have a level 95. We're gonna have like some later 60s, and then like some early 50s as well. Is like all we're gonna need pretty much. 5 Pokemon total, it seems like. And then we'll be able to beat Lance. Then it's all 8 gym badges, which is going to be interesting. Wait, why is this dock so long? There's essentially no trainers that are forced to battle. Like, you have to do 1 Sailor, then just Surge, Sabrina, Erica, straight into Jasmine. Wait, I'm not finished. Whoops. Whoops. Not even finished streaming. Oopsie daisy. Alright.